We'll be beginning shortly. I request all of you to be seated and please keep your mobile phones in silent mode or switched off. A very good afternoon to all present here. I welcome you all to the stakeholder consultation on MDO. On behalf of all present here, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Shri Vikram Devdutt sir, for leading us today and for his very encouraging presence here. Thank you so much, sir. Before I begin today's function, may I request Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Project, Ministry of Coal, to kindly welcome Secretary, Ministry of Coal with a bouquet. I would like to invite all our dignitaries on the dais, please. Respected Secretary, sir. Srimati Vismita Tej, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal. Srimati Rupinder Brar, ma'am, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal. Shri Priyam Prasad, Chairman, Coal India Limited. May I now request Shri Biren Thakur, Director, Ministry of Coal, to kindly welcome Srimati Vismita Tej, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, with a bouquet. May I now request Shri Deepak Goyal, Director, Ministry of Coal, to kindly welcome Srimati Rupinder Brar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, with a bouquet, please. May I now request Shri Manoj Kumar, CMD, CMPDIL, to kindly welcome Shri PM Prasad, Chairman, Coal India Limited, with a bouquet. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the dignitaries present today. May I now request Srimati Vismita Tej, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, to deliver a welcome address.
On behalf of the Ministry of Coal and all present here, I extend a hearty welcome to Secretary Coal, Shri Vikram Devdutt, who has taken over as Secretary Coal just this afternoon today. Please join your hands and extend a welcome to him. Secretary Coal, distinguished guests, representatives from the mining sector, CMDs and senior officers of the coal companies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. It is a privilege for me to extend a hearty and warm welcome to each one of you to this much awaited workshop on mine develops and operators, which in short form we use the term MDO. This event serves as an important platform for our stakeholders, major stakeholders, the policymakers, the sector experts to come together and collectively explore the opportunities that the MDO model brings to the India's coal sector. As you are aware, the MDO framework is becoming essential gradually, day by day, to maintain productivity, sustainability, and long-term growth of the coal mining sector. In addition to improving the overall performance and output of the coal mining industry, this model gives us the chance to leverage the operational capabilities and knowledge of the private sector. Now, why does today's workshop matters? The discussion and sessions that will follow today are crucial for a number of reasons. A, collaboration for innovation. The MDO model represents an important partnership between public and private sectors, blending the vision of the government with the operational expertise and technological innovations of the private players. This collaboration is key to modernizing the coal mining industry. Today's workshop provides an opportunity to all of us to explore how we can further enhance this partnership. B, addressing the challenges. Each one of us face our day-to-day challenges in operationalization of the mines. While the MDO model, we all know, offers many benefits, we are also aware of the variety of challenges that lie ahead, be it related to statutory clearances, permissions and approvals, or operational delays. Hence, the focus of this workshop, cum stakeholders consultation, is to identify and address these challenges so as to ensure that the MDO framework becomes even more robust and effective. Keeping these broad ideas and agenda in mind, today's workshop, we have framed it in this way that we have made 4 panel discussions. There are 4 panels. Panel 1 will be focusing on the tendering, contracting, investment, financing, and payment related issues. Panel 2 would be focusing on statutory clearances, permissions, and approvals. Panel 3 would be focusing on land acquisition, rehabilitation, that is R&R, and just transformation relating to mine closure and whatever we do after our mining is over. Then panel 4, operational matters, day-to-day operational matters, like mine and infrastructure development, safety, ownership, etc. So these are some of the issues where day-to-day we are encountering from our private partnership with the MDOs. Post-deliberations of the panel discussions and the outcome, or maybe sometime in between, Honorable Minister of Coal, Union Minister of Coal and Minister of State would be joining us, would be gracing this occasion. So the sum up of our outcome of today's 4 panel discussions will be placed before him, and for a more focused discussion and to find a possible way out of it. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every stakeholder present here, be it the policymakers, the coal companies, the industry partners, for promoting the MDO model. Your commitment to reform and innovation in the coal sector is greatly appreciated. As we move forward with today's discussions, I encourage all of you, see, some points may be missed out during the panel discussions. That doesn't stop us from voicing our issues here at this forum. I therefore encourage all of you to actively participate, share your insights, and engage in the dialogue that will help us shape the future MDO projects in India. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you and wish you a productive and engaging workshop ahead. Let's work together to make this an enriching experience for all of us. Thank you, and we really look forward to productive discussions today. Thank you once and for all.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and wisdom with us. May I now request Shri PM Prasad sir, Chairman and MD, Coal India Limited, to deliver his address.
Good evening to all. Most respected Good evening all. Most respected Secretary Coal, Vikram Dev Dutt Sahab, additional secretaries on the stage, all the senior officials of the ministry, CMDs, chairmen, all the directors present here of the coal companies, and all the MDOs who have come here and attending and taking part in this panel discussion. As Madam has told, we have made 4 panels, right from tendering, contracting, financial management, environmental clearances, statutory and all. Along with this, star rating awardees also were present here. I welcome one and all. And today is a beginning. Actually, in fact, 1 month back, this is Honorable Minister Sir has discussed with Secretary Coal, why don't we conduct this workshop and make the things ease of doing business. Let us understand what are the difficulties being faced by the MDOs in respect to coal companies, whether it is Coal India, Neyveli, NTPC, and all other state government companies, whether it is Parsa Kata in Rajasthan, WPDCL in Jharkhand, all the MDOs who are coming together and participating. So this is just a beginning, as Madam has told. The conceptualization has started only 1 decade back, and it has come to the field hardly 5 years back, and 2 to 3 years, the maximum, last 3 years, maximum MDOs were awarded, even in Coal India, even other companies. And within 2 to 3 years, many mines just started, some are at the verge of starting, maybe in 1 to 2 years, others will be following. So there are so many teething problems, whether it is in formulation stage, whether it is contracting. Our directors have conducted with MDOs meeting, at least some number of days. In 2 months' time, we have to do the normal MDO. Some sessions have come for 90 days that we are going to deliberate all the 4 panels, headed by the directors of the company, along with ministry also, one director is assigned. So we will be going through that. So this is just a beginning, how to make ease of doing business. In last year's production, 993 million, 773 is from Coal India, and rest 220 from others, including Singareni, Neyveli, NTPC, and all other MDOs of the state mining development corporations. From here, going up to 1.5 billion in the next 4-5 years, ramping up. This is not a small thing. As our vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, that we have to reduce the thermal coal or imports, or we have to stop completely. This is the basic motive. Unless our mines or projects awarded to MDOs, along with the coal companies, both authority and mine owner, authority and mine operator, have to be a partnership way. Both have to work together to make it more successful. And in way forward, our aim from 993 million to 1.5 billion in next 4-5 years. And it is possible. Once we can achieve this, you might be reading from the newspapers, around 200 million in this year also imports were done. Though the quantity is not been more in percentage means, but still the import of thermal coal can be reduced to a larger extent, except this imported power plants based on that design. Other than that, entire country, we can reduce the thermal coal imports once we achieve this 1.5 billion to achieve next 500 million in 5 years. It is a momentous task, huge task, where we all work together, and it will be possible. And after the deliberations, if anything is missed also, during the interactions in monthly meetings, quarterly meetings, half-yearly meetings, it can be resolved at company level, whether it is in Coal India or other sector players. And once, if anything is achieved successfully in one company, can be taken example so that it can be solved in time. Our basic aim for the sector is to touch 1.5 billion in next 3 to 4 years. Once if you touch, definitely we can reduce the imports of thermal coal. Coking coal, also there are some large mines, 1 or 2 mines, Kotre Basantpur, 1 MDO was awarded. In NTST, 1 MDO was awarded. In coking coal also, if you can improve the production, if you can increase the production, definitely some part of the coking coal imports can also be reduced. Though it cannot be substituted fully, some part can be reduced. And I welcome Secretary Sir. He has joined today, and it is an auspicious occasion as the new Secretary has joined, and all the MDOs. I think probably we are also meeting the entire team of MDOs in the country for the first time. It is a huge gathering. The idea is coined by the Honorable Minister of Coal, and since new secretaries are also in place, after the deliberations, we can implement and we can go for betterment of things. And I'm pretty sure that this year we may be touching around 1080 or close to 1100 million ton, and within 4 or 5 years span, if we get the environmental land clearances and forest clearances in time, definitely then the task is not much high. We have to only work together, and I am confident coal sector will be doing, and I assure on behalf of all MDOs and all the CMDs to the new secretary sir, this sector will be doing growth year on year in the next 5 years. This is our assurance, sir. On your first day, we will work together, no matter what the problems. Under your dynamic leadership, we assure you from this platform, whether it is MDO or mine operator, that all are one, for the common cause of the country. We will work together, and I thank all the MDOs who came here, and after the due deliberations, it will be a useful thing that we can take it and we can implement in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very motivational address, sir. May I now request Shri Vikram Devdutt, sir, Secretary Ministry of Coal, to deliver his keynote address.
A very warm good afternoon to my colleagues on the dais, officers of the ministry, the CMDs of Coal India, NLC, the subsidiaries, and more importantly, the CEOs and MDs of MDOs who have gathered in this seminal workshop for the first time. Friends, I extend a very warm welcome to you, because this is a very outcome-oriented exercise which was set into motion on the initiative of the Honorable Minister for Coal and carried forward by my predecessor, Secretary Coal, in terms of doing the groundwork by formulating working groups on specific verticals in the end-to-end process with the common objective of increasing synergies as a collective effort between the government companies and the MDOs, who have an increasingly larger role to play in the scheme of things. I'm just a couple of hours old in this sector, but my previous assignment was also in a regulatory capacity. I was the Director General of Civil Aviation, dealing with aviation safety. And pretty much the evolution of regulatory reform, its continuous nuancing, involves a lot of stakeholder feedback and consultation. That is the way to go, because ultimately the regulations have to be transparent, they have to be fair, they have to be equitable, and most importantly, they should serve the purpose for which it is intended, in terms of identifying and then subsequently removing the bottlenecks in the processes, fast-tracking environmental clearances, and also taking care of the issues which arise operationally, of which I am sure I would acquaint myself in the coming days in detail. But I would commend all of you for having gathered on a single platform to kind of settle on a common discourse and identify what is the way forward. The private sector undeniably has a lot of advantages in terms of investment in modern technologies, innovative technologies, and also improved practices in terms of mining safety. And safety should be an article of faith for all of us. Of course, the imperatives of the government at the larger policy level led by the Honorable Prime Minister in terms of the indigenization efforts, as well as in terms of ease of doing business, are the twin pillars on which the framework of our objectives and multifarious objectives in the coal sector should proceed by way of increase of production. Ambitious targets, as Chairman CIL spelt out, involves a lot of commitment at the granular level by each and every stakeholder, be he from the government or be he from the private sector. So our role in the ministry is to create a facilitative environment, and the successful implementation of MDO projects going forward would actually have a snowballing effect on attracting more and more private investment. So it becomes a win-win situation for everybody. In conclusion, I think it's a very, very significant opportunity to transform our coal mining landscape, because the last decade has seen progressive reform in terms of continuous improvement of the regulatory frameworks. So the commitment of the government combined with the expertise of the private sector builds a sector which is resilient, which is efficient, and which meets the energy demands of a growing economy at the pace at which it is growing. So I urge all of you to contribute in a meaningful, constructive, and a positive dialogue, dwell on best practices, and collectively work towards refining the frameworks with the aim of improving the implementation of such projects. I look forward to being enriched by the deliberations. It's as much a learning experience from me on a blank slate as much as it is for many of you who have vast experience, and I'm sure I'll be enriched by those deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very inspiring address. I'm sure your words will be a source of inspiration and strength for us going forward. Thank you very much, everyone, for your address and inspiring everyone to give their constructive suggestions and recommendations and to be active contributors and achievers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the inaugural session. We'll now run a short video on MDO.
Sir, this is the first underground MDO project of Coal India. It's a success story. This mine has a capacity of 0.87 million ton per annum. The production is without drilling and blasting. Sir, this was an underground mine of South Eastern Coalfields Limited. Now we have another video of an open cast mine, which is also the first one from Mahanadi Coalfields Limited.
At the heart of India's energy landscape, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, a proud subsidiary of Coal India Limited, has entrusted the development and operation of the Siamal Open Cast project to Dilip Bilkon Limited as the mine developer cum operator. This partnership is set to revolutionize coal mining in Odisha's IB River coalfield. The orthomosaic image from 2022 and the latest one highlight the significant changes in Siamal mines over time. The progress in pit development and other operational advancements have been clearly noted, showcasing the ongoing transformation of the site. The introduction of cutting-edge machinery marks a new era of efficiency and environmental responsibility. Leading the charge is the Liber 9200E electrical excavator, a 14.0 cubic meters giant in overburden handling. For the first time in India, this electrical excavator is being deployed, reducing carbon emissions, improving safety, and lowering fleet density by 1.78 times. It's a step toward a cleaner, greener mining future. In the coal hauling operations, innovation continues with the deployment of a 17.6 cubic meters Cat 992 payloader, working in tandem with Cat 100 tons coal body dumpers. This combination is another first for the Indian mining industry, setting new standards for productivity and reliability. For the parting of coal seams, Epiroc's IDM-70 electric drill has been employed. As one of the few coal mines in India using this advanced electric drill, MCL Siamal OCP is paving the way for energy-efficient drilling solutions. Supporting coal stock management, the powerful Cat D80 dozer with a 21.4 cubic meters coal blade capacity further enhances operational excellence, again, a first in Indian coal mining. Currently, coal is transported via tippers. However, a future-ready solution is on the horizon. In-pit conveying to silos, a method set to revolutionize coal transportation, reducing the environmental impact and removing traffic from public roads. This vision aligns with MCL and Dilip Bilkon's mission for a sustainable and digitally advanced mining future. Last year, Siamal OCP, under the guidance of Mahanadi Coalfields, exceeded its target of 5 million tons, achieving an impressive 7.2 million tons of coal production. This year, the goal is set even higher, 10 million tons, but the real ambition lies in surpassing this target, with 18 million tons within reach. A major focus of the project is environmental responsibility. Through sequential dumping, Dilip Bilkon is executing precise overburden management by filling the Basundhara mines, moving 134 million cubic meters of overburden with minimum damage to the environment. This meticulous approach helps preserve the ecological balance while maintaining high operational efficiency. In a move that sets the standard for sustainable transportation, 100% of coal is being transported by rail, with no public roads being utilized. From the Sardega siding, coal is moved efficiently via rack railway systems, ensuring the complete elimination of road transport. This minimizes disruption to local communities and reduces environmental impact. Once at the siding, coal is loaded into train wagons using powerful payloaders, ensuring seamless and efficient transfer from the mines to the rail network. Coal is being transported without any interference from public transport, thanks to a dedicated road specifically for coal transportation. This infrastructure ensures a smooth and efficient movement of coal, supporting uninterrupted operations. Behind this efficient mining operation is a state-of-the-art workshop built to handle the maintenance and operation of all equipment. The workshop is fully equipped with a diesel pump station and a dedicated area for vehicle washing. Every aspect of machine maintenance is carefully managed to keep operations running smoothly. In addition, a camp, which houses a composite of quarters, is being built to provide accommodation for workers. The camp is designed with all essential facilities, including a sewage treatment plant, ensuring that sanitation and environmental management are prioritized in line with modern sustainable practices. Digitization is playing a key role in optimizing operations at the Siamal project, revolutionizing how we manage and monitor mining activities. The integration of SAP technology ensures seamless digital coordination across all operations, streamlining processes and enhancing efficiency. To safeguard security and operational performance, automatic boom barriers and surveillance cameras have been installed, while vehicle health monitoring ensures peak performance across the entire fleet, reducing downtime and increasing safety standards. The digitization process, which began in April, has already achieved significant milestones, with several elements still in progress. This digital transformation, executed with the help of Dassault System, Birlasoft, and Droid Mining Solutions, is set to go live on 30th October, marking a new era of advanced mining management at the Siamal project. As Coal India aims to achieve the remarkable milestone of 1 billion tons of coal production, the Siamal mines play a crucial role in this ambitious journey. We remain committed to innovation, sustainability, and excellence at every step, wishing continued success and growth as we move forward on this transformative path. We thank the Indian government, the Ministry of Coal, Coal India, and Mahandi Coalfields Limited for the opportunity to serve the nation. We are committed to achieving even greater milestones in the future and contributing to the continued growth and success of our country.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Secretary, Additional Secretaries, respected Chairman, Coal India Limited, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished officials from the Ministry of Coal, CMDs and directors from various subsidiaries of Coal India Limited, top officials from other institutions and companies, our committed business partners, investors and prospective bidders. My dear colleagues, representatives of the press and media. I am Girish, Executive Director Contracts, Coal India Limited. I am here to present a brief overview of the MDO contracts in subsidiaries of Coal India Limited. MDO is relatively a new concept in coal industry. We have introduced two models. The MDO Greenfield with open cast and underground technology, and MDO revenue sharing for discontinued mines where the contractor has the option to go for underground or open cast technology. We are also trying to introduce a model for partially explored mines. With this, I'll start my PPT. It's a short brief. Sir, we have already awarded around 37 MDOs, in which 10 MDO Greenfield Open Cast, MDO Underground 4, and we have awarded 23 discontinued mines on MDO revenue sharing basis. The peak rated capacity of all the MDO awarded contracts put together, it comes 160.66 million ton per year. And the revenue sharing that we have awarded, it is about 33.85. Regarding the status of MDO open cast and underground, 6 mines have started the production. And in the next financial year, we are expecting one more to start its production. And there are 4 tenders under process for Greenfield, MDO, OC and UG to put together. And there are 7 upcoming opportunities for our business partners. And in MDO revenue sharing, there is an interesting fact for those looking for investment opportunity in MDO revenue sharing project. The contractor's revenue share that we have awarded, it varies from 68% to 95%. None of the mines have started production, and we expect 8 mines to start its production from next financial year. And there are 8 tenders under process, and we have 5 more projects under the formulation. Sir, this graph indicates the contribution of MDO in the coming years. This year itself, we expect that MDOs will contribute around 2.34% of our projected production of 838.3 million. And by the financial year 29-30, our target will be 1122.2, in which we expect MDOs to contribute around 156.73%. That is around 14% of the production will come from the MDOs. This is our projection, sir. And regarding the best practices, in a smaller scale, CL has been engaging with MDO operators and prospective bidders. The first was at CCL Ranchi in October 2022, but that was on a very smaller scale compared to this mega event. And regularly we have been doing it on hybrid mode, but on a very smaller scale. The recent ones were in March and July 2024. Subsidiaries are interacting with MDO operators on a monthly basis, and in the MDO model documents for open cast and underground, that is the greenfield projects, for improving the ease of doing business, we have already taken certain steps. We have reduced the financial capacity required for bidding. We have reduced the extended time period for satisfying condition precedents. We have reduced damages for delay or non-fulfillment of condition precedent project milestones. We have increased the allowed percentage of subcontracting, and we have lowered the minimum size of excavator to be deployed. These were about model documents of MDO greenfield projects. Regarding MDO revenue sharing model documents, we have increased the allowed percentage of subcontracting. We have done away with the work experience criteria, and the paid up equity share capital has been reduced substantially to rupees 20 crore for capacity less than 0.5 million ton, and 30 crore for capacities from 0.5 to 1 million ton, and 40 crore for capacity more than 1 million ton projects, respectively. And consortium JV bidders have been facilitated to participate using lead member PAN GST in the GEM portal. And recently, MOC, as an outcome of such continued consultations with stakeholders, MOC has recently simplified the procedure for approval of mine plans. We were going through the various representations from our MDO business partners. So I would like to make an appeal. This is an earnest appeal to our prospective business partners. From the experience we gained over the last 2 to 3 years, I request prospective bidders for the upcoming MDO tenders to thoroughly assess the ground situations in both greenfield and brownfield projects, both documented and non-documented, before finalizing your quote. An investment made in this process will help you with a smooth operation after award. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request all our respected dignitaries to witness our panel discussions for the evening. From the front row, please. Welcome to the first session for the day on tendering, contracting, investment, financing and payments. Before we start, I'd like to welcome all our panelists to please join us on the dais today for the session. Our coordinator for the evening, Shri Marapalli Venkateshwarlu, Director, Ministry of Coal. Shri Jugal Kumar Bora, Director, Technical, MCL. Shri N. Franklin Jaykumar, Director, Technical, SECL. And one representative each from MS Monte Carlo, RK Transport Co., DCPL, GCL Consortium, and IMA Consortium.
Dipali?
May I now request Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Project, to kindly present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. We begin the panel discussion. I request Shri Jugal Kumar Bora, Director Technical, MCL, to kindly give a short presentation on the topic.
So, a very good afternoon to each and every one of you present here. Respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Additional Secretaries, respected Chairman and CMDs of different subsidiaries, officers of the Ministry, my fellow directors, our business partners, all MDO operators, and everyone present here. Once again, a very, very warm good afternoon to each and every one of you. First of all, let me thank Ministry of Coal for giving us this opportunity to express our problems that we often face during the execution of MDO projects, both by the authority and by the MDO operators. And this is, I suppose, is going to be one of the best forum where we can definitely come up with some solution at least in the years to come. As a way forward, definitely we are going to take home something from here, and definitely the solution, the problems that we are facing on a daily basis, both on the policy issues and other issues, will definitely be sorted out. So far as panel 1 is concerned, we will be basically dealing with tendering, contracting, investment, financing and payments. So these 4 areas, subjects, these 4 verticals, we will be talking on this. In the recent past few days, we had a lot of discussions with almost all the MDOs of Coal India, and we got certain insight from them. What we did is we tried to map all the issues that has been raised by both authority and the MDO operators related to these 4 verticals, these 4 subjects. And our presentation will be, what we did is what is the existing provision,
what are your issues related to the existing provision, and after discussion, what are the suggestions that we propose to overcome those issues. So with these opening remarks, let me just introduce ourselves. We have Mr. A.K. Datta. He is representing RK Transport. Sri Bala Subramaniam Sahab, he is representing IMA. We have Krishnakant Singh Ji, is representing Monte Carlo. And we have in our panel Sri Franklin Jayakumar, he is Director Technical SACL. And our coordinator is Mr. Maraswamy, he is Marapalli Sahab, he is a Director, Ministry of Coal. So with these few words, let's start our presentation. So in the tendering front, there are few issues which has been said to us to consider. So number one is, as per the existing practice, the bid submission end date is 60 days for open cast projects, mines, and for discontinued mines on revenue sharing basis, the bid submission date is 90 days. The issue raised by the contractors is that they're encountering challenges in evaluating the geological reports and other financial modeling and other things to submit the bid. So they need some more time. So what we are suggesting is a 90 days time period for open cast and 120 days for underground mines on revenue sharing basis. Next is notarization of the bid documents. As of now, the bid documents are very, very voluminous, in thousands of pages. Now, all these thousands of pages are to be self-attested and is also to be notarized. So, what we are proposing is, instead of notarizing, just a mere self-attestation will solve the purpose. So, that is our suggestion, and that can be accepted. The next is EMD or the bid security. So EMD for MDO for open cast projects, the existing provision says it's 2 crores or through online payment through NEFT or RTGS. And for discontinued mines on revenue sharing basis, the EMD is to be submitted is 1 crore and through online payment through NEFT or RTGS. Now, issues faced is there are certain problems being expressed by some of the bidders, and this is actually this money is a hard cash, and it is just it is a financial burden to them. So what we are saying is, recently there was a GFR from the Department of Finance, that bid security in the form of an offline instrument like insurance security bonds or account pay demand draft or fixed deposit receipt may also be accepted in addition to the bank guarantee. So this is what we have suggested. The next is the performance security. This is for, as of now, the existing practice says it's a 5% of the estimated cost. For discontinued mines, it's 5% of the annual sale value. So during the corona period, as you remember, we had reduced it to 3%. So we are suggesting, actually, this is just a suggestion from our side, so that it can be reduced to 3% and capped at 100 crores, and maybe for discontinued mines, it can be 3% capped at 50 crores. So these are some of the issues related to contract tendering which we have received. Now let's come to the contracting part. In the contracting part, this is an issue raised by the authorities. This is this procurement of Section 11, that condition precedent for procuring this condition for procuring Section 11 For this, the time given is only 300 days, which is very, very less. Practically, it's not possible. So we are suggesting this to be raised to 720 days, which is practical. It is very, very practical, actually, 700 days. So this is we are suggesting. And the next is condition precedent for mine operator. For procuring EC and FC, there also time is given 360 days plus 120 days extension time. So a total 480 days. So this is also very less. Procuring EC and FC within this 360 days or with 480 days with the extension period is almost impossible. So this issue was raised by many of the MDO operators, the existing operators. So we are suggesting this in a practical, with a practical view approach of 735 days. Next is restriction on subcontracting. So the present contract says that you can sublet or subcontract 25% of the annual capacity of your total contract. And for discontinued mine also, it's 25%. Now, there was a lot of issues raised by many of the MDOs in this regard. They want 100% subletting. But that's not possible. So what we said is we had a discussion on this. The panel had a discussion, detailed discussion. And to encourage and develop the new vendors, what we are suggesting is we may allow up to 50% of the total annual capacity so far as subcontract is concerned. Next is compensation to the MDO on reduction of coal production target. That's a very important part. So many of the MDOs have approached, have these issues. That suppose whatever the coal they produce, suppose that cannot be dispatched. Now the authority asked the MDO to reduce production below 85%. The existing provision says if the authority asks the MDOs to reduce the production below 85%, then the authority will pay the differential amount, whatever the, by whatever percentage the production is reduced, on the differential amounts and compensation is to be paid to the MDO by authority. Now, there are certain issues raised by the MDO operators stating that they have invested so much of money, so many machines are being worked there, deployed, so the machines will lie idle. So in considering all those things, so we have we are suggesting, the panel is suggesting that we can limit that to 90%, that up to 90%, from 85%, we are limiting it at 90%. So anything we ask the MDO to go below 90%, that will be compensated. The next is the CSR. That's a corporate social responsibility. The existing provision says that the mine operator needs to prepare a CSR scheme, policy and plan, which will be accepted by the authority. Now, what we are suggesting is, as far as possible, the CSR policy should be aligned with the CIL, the Coal India CSR policy, so that while dealing with the peripheral villages, this will become easier for the authority. The next is regarding a centralized clarification department. This was an issue which has been raised by even various different subsidiaries, also different authorities, different MDO operators, because documents that is someone is interpreting in a different. Get a clarification. It is suggested that we have a centralized clarification cell in CPDL, and whatever the clarification given by that cell shall be binding on both the authority and the MDO operators. So next is our investment. So investment may we have this issue if the SPV, the special purpose vehicle, if the SPV is a wholly owned subsidiary financed by the parent company, then that substitution agreement, which is there in the existing provision, may not be required. So with the if the SPV has a financial agreement with the parent company, then this substitution agreement, which is required for taking loan financing from the banks only, that is, we think that substitution agreement may not be required, which is there in our existing provision, for those SPVs which are the wholly owned subsidiaries of the parent company. Now, in financing and payments, there's an issue of 10% at least, the SPV shall have at least 10% of their paid up equity share, 10% of the assessed capital cost. Now, there are certain subsidiaries, or as have been reported, in certain subsidiaries, it has been asked that unless you have that 10% paid up security, we will not sign the execution agreement. I mean, we will not sign the agreement. So what we are saying is, this is required definitely, but on the date of appointed date, the appointed date of any contract will not trigger unless you have 10% paid up equity share. So with this, probably this issue of non-signing of agreement after being L1, so that problem can be sorted out. The next is the great slippage issue. That was an issue raised from one of the subsidiary. So as of now, if the dispatch coal is not conforming to the declared grade, then whatever that difference is there, that difference ka 1.25% penal provision is there in the existing provision. Now that is being done on a daily basis. Now, because since it is the coal is given by the Mother Earth, so ensuring 100% conformity at all point may not be feasible. So what we are saying is, mining charges, if it is not conforming to the declared grade, may be deducted on a monthly weighted average GCV. I think that will give a better, that will solve all our problems. Now next is the payment on undelivered coal. As of now, whatever the coal is being produced, 70% of that mining charges is being paid to the MDO contractors if the coal is not dispatched, and 100% when the coal is dispatched. That there was a lot many issues raised by a lot of MDO operators in this regard. So after detailed discussion, what we thought is escalation to the MDO operators are being given on 80%. 80% is considered as a variable cost, and 20% is a fixed cost. That on that basis, 80% we are on 80% of the mining charges we give escalation. So considering that 80%, we are proposing that 80% of the mining charge we may think of paying to the MDO operators on the undelivered coal, and 20%, the balance 20% can be paid once the coal is dispatched. Now, reimbursement of statutory cost. This is one issue, for procuring EC or FC, or to comply with the TO or the TOR of the MOEF. There are many activities which are to be complied with, like drone survey, socio-economic survey, conducting this Gram Sabha and getting NOC from the collector and the FRA, DGPS survey of the CL, and there are many activities which is to be conducted. Now, as of now, in the existing document, it is said that we will pay the statutory fee. But these are not statutory fees. Statutory fee means the EC application fee, the apps for FC, the NPV and other, those are statutory fees. So these are not considered as a part in the, these costs are not a component of the statutory fees. So it is suggested that the statutory fees and costs to be reimbursed to the MDO should be, it should be clearly mentioned in the average project report itself, in the tender document, so that there is a clarity in the MDO's part, so that, you know, there should not be then any issue related to this problem. So these are a few of the things that we have done, and we, in fact, for the last few days, we are continuously interacting with many MDOs. So these are some of the things that we have come across and we are suggesting. Thank you very much, sir.
As the views of coal companies for improvisation and the concerns of MDOs with regard to operationalization of MDO projects were considered from the point of the panelists, I don't expect any more concerns with regard to the topic given to us to be there from our panelists. So if all the panelists agree, we may invite questions and answers or concerns from the other stakeholders here. Mr. Subramaniam, do you have anything?
So good afternoon to everybody on the dais and off the dais. Now, adding to what Bora Sahib has discussed, there is a clause in DPR with regard to DPR in the contract agreement. So that clause says that we have to prepare and submit the DPR as a condition precedent, and that DPR should cover the minimum extractable reserve. So I do not think that any DPR based on minimum extractable reserve is any of its importance after award of the contract, because the contractor always bids higher value than the minimum extractable reserve. So the contractor should be asked to make the DPR for the quantity of coal he has bidden for. Without going to that, that matter, I think DPR is of no use if it is based on their minimum extractable reserve. Moreover, the contractor is asked to make the DPR for whole life of the mine. But as because, in my opinion, as because the contractor is awarded for 25 years or less, then the responsibility should be given to the contractor for making a DPR for the contract period for his contract. Next is, there is a saving clause in 4.1.1, there is a condition precedent. Saving clause, what I understand is that if there is EC and FC for a certain quantity of coal, then the MDO should be allowed to start the project if EC is there and FC is there. And in case of BCCL and ECL, when the EC was granted on the basis of cluster, the pre-feasibility report was considered to be authenticated report. Instead of DPR and mining plan, that report was considered by MOEFCC that is authenticated report.
Mr. Datta,
and based on that.
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Just kindly restrict your concerns with regard to the topic that is there. Investment, financing, etc. So ECFC wala jo issues hai na, there is another panel who will address.
Okay, no issue. Then next is agent and manager appointment. So that is under tender document that agent and manager should be appointed by the owner. And so far as DGMS is concerned, one cannot be told as a manager unless and until he has having the authority over the lease. He is not the leaseholder. So the owner, the MDO cannot be termed as a owner. At most, he can be termed as a deemed agent as far as DGMS is concerned. So we are facing that problem regarding appointment of owner, regarding agent and manager. And that RNR plan, so I think that already Coal India has got its RNR plan approved, and the MDOs should be.
Dattaji,
Yes, sir.
you are actually raising all the concerns which are yet to be deliberated by different panels like. So there is another committee on R&R and land
These are
acquisition.
part of the tender document. That is why I am telling. Anyhow, if it is,
So
it
be
will be-
precise. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the last point only. That as because there is RNR plan existing for Coal India, so again a new RNR plan should be done by MDO. I think that may be redundant. So anyhow, so these are my concern. Thank you.
You have anything specific to this?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Sir, good evening. I have no specific points on the tenders, but I have points on the other deliberations which is going to happen. I will take it up when it comes, please.
Thank you. आपको कुछ? So anyone from the audience may have their concerns expressed.
उपस्थित सभी लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार। सर, इससे रिलेटिव तो मेरा कोई पॉइंट नहीं है, लेकिन डे बाय डे के वर्क में हम लोग जो प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं उसमें मुझे सिर्फ एक बात कहना है कि जो हमारे टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा हुआ है स्टैट्यूटरी पेमेंट को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है। सो प्लीज़ इसके लिए कुछ मतलब यही एक पॉइंट मैं रेज करना चाहूँगा कि स्टैट्यूटरी पेमेंट को लेकर के क्लैरिटी दिया जाए सर। सर, थैंक यू सर।
Yeah. Dipali, how much time we have?
Myself, Sunil Singh Yadav, representing GMS Mining. I have one question regarding termination foreclosure of contract in full or in part. This is in tendering, basically in MDO underground. So there is no any provision for suitable alternate site in MCA, that's in the contract. So in case of any shortfall of quantity, any some thinning of the coal, and you get a lesser coal reserve, in that case CIL shall make provision for suitable alternate site because it's an MDO for longer period, 25-30 years. So I think there should be an alternate site as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself is Vikram Kumar, dealing with MDO tenders in BCCL. I wanted to put some points regarding tender. Regarding notarization, you have suggested it should be self-attested rather than notarization. Recently, in one of the case, in respect of one of our tender, one litigation was arised and it was put in Ranchi High Court, and Ranchi High Court put their judgment in favor of us, but the same again went to Supreme Court and Supreme Court was not agreed with this. So in that respect, self-notarization, rather it would be better, self-attestation and thereafter notarization before end date of bid submission. That would be better. Second thing is that during Supreme Court deliberation, they told that it should be very clear in the NIT, very clearly mentioned in the NIT, that what are the essential documents to be uploaded along with during the time of bid and what are non-essential. So like in HOE in other tenders, it has been very clearly mentioned, but in MDO tenders, it is not there. So that should be clarified so that if a bidder does not furnish that document, then they will be disqualified directly. Third thing is the because the eligibility criteria, technical criteria has been deleted, that is not required. The only criteria is the financial criteria. And in financial criteria, two terms are there. One is net worth and other is total average income. During evaluation, we faced problem. The total average income has a definition, and that definition is the same as that of the annual turnover. So some of the CAs who are providing certificates, they are giving the value in terms of turnover, whereas our NIT requires average total income. So that should be a clarity is required in that respect. So these were my points. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is Rajan Saklani. I am representing Sonda Mining and Anjan Hill Mining. As the panel very well suggested that for EC and FC, 365 days are very less, and they have recommended for 735 days for MDO in the open cast. But I would request the panel to consider the same considerations for MDO revenue sharing also, because as in our case for both the mines, we have to go for fresh EC and fresh FC. And it is very difficult to get both of these in 365 days. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Barun. I am representing Orient Mine number 3 and mine number 4, sir. So, lot of question has been addressed here. My only one question is regarding to the SPV amount. For this, for every MDO owner, MDO has to put nearly 40 crores rupees or more in SPV, and that money will remain idle unless until the production started. So we suggest to take this 40 crores rupees or 50 crores, whatever the SPV price, SPV value, during before the start of the operation, so that we can utilize the money properly.
My name is Chi Kole. I am from Ambe Mining. The MDO business has now becoming older. The first MDO probably the Rajmahal Coal Mining Limited at Rajmahal, and then Bhubaneswari Coal. Those were almost 10 years gone. So I think now it is the time to come to change the technical qualification criteria for the appointment of MDO. Presently, we are only requiring the experience of excavation quantity. That means a company or a party having having a qualification in last 7 years, he may have been raised 20 million, 30 million like that, and he is qualified. My opinion is that now the qualification should be his experience as a MDO. To start with, it may be the 25% of the required capacity. Suppose we are tendering for a mine of 6 million ton for appointment of MDO, then the qualification may be 1.5 million MDO experience. That may be later, in later years, maybe by 2030, it may be increased to 50% or 60%. In case that is a bit difficult, then at least the experience for the statutory permissions requirement. He should be able to produce some proof that they have gained some statutory clearances and the and other jobs like FC, EC, etc., etc. These are necessary. Even the infrastructural, he has the capability of developing the infrastructural, like CHP or workshops. Those proofs should be incorporated in the tender document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Due to past.
Excuse me, sir. Sir.
Yeah. Last question, please.
Question. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Jatin Diwan. I represent Windsor Constructions. This is regarding the payment to MDO revenue sharing under the contract. So, sir, the revenue sharing contracts which have been structured primarily are for these discontinued mines, wherein the MDO revenue share is expected to restart those mines and take all the approvals, including land and R&R, and bring those into operations, including the statutory permit, where the entire investment has been done by the MDO revenue share. Once those are operational, as per the revenue sharing arrangement, it is expected that the MDO revenue share is supposed to sell the coal on the platform, and the revenue is expected to be shared basis the bidding between the authority and the revenue share MDO. Now, sir, this pertains to the clause number 5.21 of our contract agreement, wherein while we are realizing the proceeds from the sale of coal in the platform, and in the revenue sharing arrangement as per the escrow, the revenue is expected to be shared. But as per the contract agreement says that the billing has to be including GST. So in which case, against 80 rupees, in normal case, I would have levied on top of it 15 rupees of GST. It's becoming 67 rupees of billing only because it includes GST. So the net revenue coming to the revenue share MDO is reduced by 18% because of this contract clause, section 5.21, and it is becoming a burden on the MDO revenue share. So this is going to be a problem which we want your consideration to avoid. Either we can make them for the purpose of billing co-owner, so that only at one place we are doing a billing when the coal is being sold to the ultimate purchaser, so that both authority and the MDO can share their revenue and the respective GST liabilities at that level to avoid double taxation. Otherwise, if we are doing intern billing to the authority to realize our revenue share, we should make taxes excess, so that at least whatever bidding of, let's say, 80 rupees I have bidded under the tender for the revenue share, I as a MDO gets that 80 rupees, and then I can make my viability as per the original bidding plan, sir. So that's the submission from our side.
We already have deliberated. No? There are three more panels, and subsequently there is a lot to be deliberated. I request all others to have their concerns raised to the respective mail ID, which will be shared by Coal India Limited subsequently. Okay, please, don't think otherwise.
Last one, sir.
Last one?
Yeah. Sir, some of the
be precise.
Some of the items in MDO scope, which are not mentioned in the scope itself, we request it to be treated as a extra work. That is not taken, because some of the works are not mentioned in the scope of work, but still the MDO has to get it done for the project. So that should be treated as an extra work. So one of the submission.
For example?
Any example you have?
Sir, there are, in case like like in our case, handling of some equipment and handling of some stone equipment and all those things which are not mentioned. So we are doing it and we are not being paid for it. So there is if we go into depth of it, then there are certain clauses which needs clarification.
Thank
you.
So with this, already at the points, major points which are required to be deliberated or other for recommended to the Coal India Limited for subsequent implementation have already been deliberated, and some more points are expressed, and from the panel we will review all these concerns expressed subsequently also, and we'll make a comprehensive suggestion to Coal India Limited. So with this, we will conclude our panel. Thank you.
I would request Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Projects, to please present a memento to all our panelists. Please give a round of applause to all our panel members and speakers and for you all. Thank you so much. We now begin the second session for the day on statutory clearances, permissions and approvals. I'd like to welcome all our panelists to come on the dais. Shri Ajitesh Kumar, Director, Ministry of Coal, our coordinator for the evening. Shri Akshay Shrikant Bapar, Director, Technical, MCL. Shri Satish Jha, Director, Technical, CMPDIL. And one representative each from JMS Mining Private Limited, PMPL AMR Consortium and SMS Limited. I now request Shri Akshay Shrikant Bapar, Director Technical MCF, to kindly give a short presentation on the panel.
सभी को नमस्कार. Respected Secretary Sahab, Additional Secretaries, Joint Secretaries, Directors from Ministry of Coal, Chairman Coal India Limited, CMDs of different subsidiaries, CMD NLC, CMD Singareni, my fellow directors, senior officials from subsidiary companies and representatives from various MDO operators, media. First of all, I will introduce my panel. Coordinator is Shri Ajitesh Kumar, Director MOC. I am myself Akshay Bapat, Director Technical, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. Shri Satish Jha, his Director Technical, CMPDI and CCL, Additional Charge. Shri Sunil Kumar Yadav, Vice President from Joy Mining. Shri Sunil Daithankar, he is from SMS Limited. And Shri Pranay Lagadapati, PMPL and AMR. Fourth member, he is not there. The topic assigned to us is on statutory clearances, permissions and approvals. Now I will start my presentation. In Coal India, we are dealing with 4 types of MDOs. MDO for open cast mines, MDO for underground mines, discontinued mines, and partially explored mines. Out of these, the discontinued mines are based on revenue sharing, and the MDO documents for others are mining charge basis. As all of you know, the applicable permits, just I will, in brief, I will explain. Required are environmental clearance, forest clearance, CTE, CTO, hazardous waste authorization, NOC from CJWA, explosive license, labor license, mine reopening permissions or opening permission from CCOs, and DGMS permissions, different scientific studies, permission from Electricity Authority under Electricity Rules and Act. Now, after consulting and getting feedback from the different MDOs, we have compiled the issues which are almost related to all the MDOs, and we have tried to address all those. What will be the feasible solution? You know, all these clearances and permissions are not given by Coal India Limited. we are dependent on the central government, state government, or other statutory bodies, those who grant the permissions and permits. The first issue was regarding the ECFC conditions which incur financial impact beyond what bidders can reasonably anticipate and beyond project leasehold area, scientific studies, etc. This was also somewhat covered to some extent in last presentation also. So in this, what we suggest that way forward we can have that the EC conditions which are within the project leasehold area, for compliance of these, this should be the responsibility of the MDO. The EC conditions beyond project area, leasehold area, if he undertakes any job, then that can be reimbursed. All statutory payments are reimbursed. Statutory payments, this includes the NPV, the cost towards CA, then any other charges for getting CTO and initial payments, that will be reimbursed. Any scientific study and monitoring costs, I think they are factored in the mining charges, etc., abridged PR and all those things. One issue is concern for all the MDOs, already covered in last presentation also. They have suggested it is regarding the timeline for getting the clearances. The getting EC and FC are really time-consuming processes. What we experienced from since last many years, that the time given is not sufficient. Last presentation, they have said that it must be doubled. Here we have suggested some up to 1.5 times. And one more condition was there. There is a deemed termination upon delay of the condition precedent. We suggest that this deemed termination upon delay may be removed. Regarding CTE, CTO, CTE, CTO are granted in most of the cases on yearly basis. But in some states, we find that it is granted for 2 years, 3 years also. And every year, renewal is a tedious process. So it is suggested that CTO may be granted for at least 3 years, maximum up to 5 years, for ease of mining operations. And this issue is to be taken up with the CPCB and state pollution control boards, because they are the appropriate authorities and some policy decisions are to be taken by them. Hazardous waste authorization is accorded for 5 years, so there is no issue. NOC from CGWA, Central Groundwater Authority, for abstraction charges for groundwater. This is granted for 2 years. Lot of work pressure is there on them also. So we are facing a renewal applications after every 2 years are not getting renewed in time, or even though we submit the application in time, but that process, it takes a long time. And so it is also suggested that it may be at least for 3 years and maximum up to 5 years. This issue is to be taken up with Central Groundwater Authority. One issue has come up that in some of the projects, Nala diversion is involved. And for that, getting NOC from the State Water Resource Department is essential. But the DPR required for Nala diversion, only limited agencies are there who prepare the DPR, and they are to be submitted to State Water Resource Department. It is suggested, only limited agencies are there, so it is suggested some more agencies may be accredited by the State Water Resource Department, so that number of openings, more openings will be there, and this process will be expedited. Deposition of different forest levies in CAMPA contract agreement, all statutory costs by MDO reimbursed. MDO is not recognized by the Forest Department as competent authority. Here, an advance action may be initiated by the subsidiary company for processing the demands well in advance, so that the payments can be done at the earliest. One specific issue was flagged by the MDO in Jharkhand that while giving tree felling permission after stage 2 FC, the permission is routed through one high power committee, and the process is delayed sometimes because they asked to plant the 10 times the number of plants being felled. So it takes, because of the non-availability of land and other issues, this incurs additional cost and also delay. So this issue has been taken up with the state authorities, partially resolved. An amendment regarding no additional CA, but still proposal is being routed through HPC. This is to be taken up with the government of Jharkhand. In underground mines, the gestation period for starting of the mine is I will take a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending greetings and welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Sir, the Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines. May I please request Srimati Santosh, DDG Ministry of Coal, to kindly welcome our chief guest with the bouquet, please. Please give a round of applause. Welcome to you, sir, and we now resume our discussion for panel 2.
Namaskar, sir. Particularly in underground mines, the gestation period for starting the developmental activities is quite long. Initially, we have to drive incline drivage, then shaft sinking, and construction of surface infrastructure for coal handling, etc. So it is suggested that all these activities can be started only after getting EC and FC. So it is suggested that provision for procurement of conditional EC to start major activities like shaft sinking, incline drivage in NIT agreement. This will reduce the gestation period and prepone the appointment date. This issue is also to be taken up with the MOEF. Already from CIL, we have been taking several discussions in MOEF for allowing the developmental activities after stage 1 FC. So that no outcome has come till now. We are on the job. Regarding brownfield underground mining projects beneath the exhausted OC, this was raised by one of the MDO operators, that when already their EC and FC are existing, so work is to be continued instead of getting the fresh EC. The fresh FC on account of change of land use, although the land is already broken, if not due to change in mining method, this overall delays the FC. So this should be exempted, that if we have open FC for open cast mining, then there is a change in method underground and we go from the open cast to underground, then it should be dealt with the original FC only. In such cases where mining method is changed from, this is our suggestion, from OC to UG, fresh FC on account of change in land use may be waived, as such change does not adversely impact the environment. This is to be taken up with the MOEF CC. Other issue that is flagged is lack of clarity regarding previous EC and their conditions, CL and details, mining lease, etc. It is suggested that these details are to be provided in NIT in the form of linked documents, etc. And pre-bid meetings may also be carried out for having better visibility and clarity. Regarding discontinued mines, the mine operator shall prepare and procure approval of the mining plan. Lack in clarity regarding approving authority, this has already been resolved. Issue has been resolved. MOC and CIL guidelines have been issued that approving authority will be subsidiary board within a time frame of 60 days. Declaration of appointed date. The mine operator shall satisfy following conditions. There are getting GR, then mining plan, approval of detailed project report, getting of TOR, getting of ECFC, R&R plan, all those things. The difficulty faced is some of the conditions precedent may not be required at the beginning of the mine life, or which may be supplemented by existing permissions available with the authority. So way forward, it is suggested that conditional appointment date subject to timelines of achieving the balance condition precedents may be considered, and the interest of the authority may be protected by some damages payable by the mine operator on failure of the timelines. Regarding procurement of EC, the compliance of EDS raised at multiple levels and multiple times, resulting in delaying. One issue was raised that when the MDO approaches the authority on behalf of the project proponent, subsidiary companies, sometimes they don't recognize. They say, who are you? So it is to be taken up with MOEFCC that if we authorize them for submission of EDS and all the activities, that should be considered. Then delay in getting NOC under FRA. This is the issue. It is suggested that dispensation may be given where Gram Sabha could not be conducted after multiple attempts. It is most of the times, many times we conduct the Gram Sabha, but it does not get any fruitful result. So here is the suggestion, and this is to be taken up with MOEFCC and Ministry of Tribal Affairs. One issue is regarding the cluster EC. This was raised by one of the representative from MDO. Majority of mines in BCCL and ECL are operated on cluster EC concept. So here we suggest that the EC to the mines under MDO project may be granted without impacting the earlier EC under cluster for rest of the mines. This is to be taken up with MOEFCC to have a policy intervention and further clarification. Revenue sharing model, this was discussed regarding the double taxation already covered in the last PPT also. And one issue is there regarding the ownership for appointment of owner, agent and manager. That is to be taken up with the DGMS and Ministry of Labor. Thank you.
I request any other panel member who would like to share a few words on the topic.
Yeah, basically these issues has been identified based on a lot of interaction with the industries, and the suggestion has been given by the panels. So before proceeding further, we will take the views of our co-panelist MDOs, and then we will take the question and answers.
Hello. Hello. First of all, from SMS Limited, I thank the Ministry and Coal India Limited for giving us an opportunity. So the points which were discussed has already been covered, so we don't have any other points.
Warm good afternoon to everyone. My name is Pranay. I represent PMPL and AMR Consortium Our mine is Kotre Basantpur Pachmo mine in the district of Ramgarh and Bokaro in Jharkhand state. So it has been a long 3 years and 4 months, basically 40 months, since our contract was signed, and only this week did we finally receive the tree felling permission for 7,000 trees. So 2 delays that attributed to this delay in fulfilling condition precedent. The main one being that there was an 8-month delay because of the change in land schedule, wherein when our project was deliberated for in MOFCC for stage 1, they reduced our forest land by 151 hectares, because of which we had to change the mine plan and various studies as well, which attributed to this delay. The second second reason being the compliance of EDS, which our panelist member Bapat sir already discussed, was basically the communication that MOEF, when they raise an EDS, it follows a sequential of steps. It's not parallel to everyone, like in the case of EC, where the project proponent directly gets the query and is able to directly submit the query. In this case, when a query is raised, it follows nearly 10 levels before it reaches the user agency. In one such case, it took 4 months for the query to just reach the user agency. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sunil Singh Yadav, representing GMS Mining. We got 2 MDOs, underground MDOs, one in Piparwar in CCL and the other one is Tilaboni in ECL. ECL, the Tilaboni underground, we have already started this year, this financial year. And the Piparwar, we are struggling for last 2 years now. And basically, I'm happy that change in land use means already the land is broken in Piparwar open cast mine, and beneath that we have to do the underground mining. And underground mining being has a very minimal environmental damages, I can say, because we do not destroy, we do not damage the land on surface. So I think change in land use, it was a surprise to us. We got 3 change in land use proposals, which was not mentioned in the NIT as well. So that were treated as forest clearances. And that is as, you can say, equivalent to the new forest clearances. So it is to our utter shock that the land which has already been broken, why it is required then again. So that's one point. And the other thing is that in EC, generally for open cast mine, it is well understood. Everyone can understand that means the surface is going to be disturbed, is going to be broken. But in underground mine, especially when we are doing development, or even in deep layering, the other part of the mining that we do, and with that, the continuous mining, this miner technology, it's a mechanized means of coal extraction without drilling and blasting. So I think the EC should be given on the quantity basis. I mean, the production limit should be based not on the area. Like, I just quote an example of Churi underground mine in CCL. The land belongs to CCL, but we cannot do the mining beneath that land because EC is also there of 0.91 million ton per annum, and we can do the mining there. But because the surface land was not taken under the consideration of EC, we cannot do that mining. So I think in underground mining, the EC should be limited only to the production quantity and not to the area. That's the 2 questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will take the suggestions from the participants. May please raise your hand. Anybody? Okay, so I hope no further suggestion is there, as we have taken the note of the suggestion given by my fellow co-panelist.
Thank you. Thank you. Whatever the point I wanted to raise, you have addressed it. But the issue is, whatever the deliberated now, is it for future tenders or the tenders which is already existing also?
Future tenders.
Then what we do, sir? In we are in cluster that we have taken one mine in a cluster, and unless otherwise this EC is revised for the entire cluster, we cannot start any job there. And same is the case with taxation also. Against 3,300 rupees, if I go for coal index, 3,300 per ton, I get only 3,000 rupees, around 3,000 rupees only. That means I am getting a money which is less than even the coal index rate because of this double taxation.
Yeah, we will take up this matter with MOFCC, and this will be incorporated in the future proposal for EC, which will be submitted in future course.
We need some way forward for the existing tenders also, sir.
So due to paucity of time, we'll end the panel discussion for session 2.
Your point is well taken. We'll consider this. We'll take it on board and we'll take up with the ministry and try to address this issue. Thank you.
May I request Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Projects, to kindly present a memento to all our panelists. Please give a round of applause to all our panel members and for you all. Thank you so much, everyone. We now begin with the third session for the day on land acquisition, rehabilitation and resettlement, and just transformation. I'd like to welcome all our panelists to join us on the dais. The coordinator for the evening, Shri Deepak Goyal, Director, Ministry of Coal, Shri Niladri Roy, Director Technical, ECL, Shri Ajay Kumar, Director Technical, CMPDIL, and one representative each from Adani Enterprises, Hilltop High Rise Private Limited, Vensar Construction, and Dilip Buildcon. We have 20 minutes allotted to the panel for discussion and Q&A combined. May I now request Shri Niladri Roy, Director Technical, ECF, to please give a presentation on the topic.
A very good evening to all of you. Honorable Minister Sir, Honorable Secretary Sir, Additional Secretaries, all CMDs of coal companies, Joint Secretaries, our MDO partners, and everybody present in this hall. We welcome all of you for today's presentation. In our panel 3, the subject of discussion was land acquisition and rehabilitation and resettlement and just transformation. So after interaction with all the MDOs, we have come out with certain issues they are facing. In our panel, Deepak Goyal, Director of Ministry of Coal, was the coordinator, with myself, my fellow director, Ajay Kumar, Director Technical CMPDIL, and as MDO representative from Hilltop, there is Mr. Sanjeev, from Adani, Mr. Afroz Ali, from Bhensar, Mr. Jairam, and from Dilip Bitcoin, Nirmal Shah. So I will start my presentation. First issue came up regarding discrepancy in awarded MDO, OCP, and UG before March 24. In case of opencast MDO, there is provision of reimbursement of the RRR benefit to the project affected people directly by the companies, whereas in case of underground MDO, they had to pay first and get reimbursement from the coal companies. So this discrepancy has to be removed. We have already taken up with CIL, and I hope this will be resolved soon. Next issue was, it was already discussed in earlier presentations also, that land acquisition RNR takes long time. So before CP condition, 1 year, it cannot be completed. So it should be mentioned phase-wise. If they complete the phase-wise land acquisition, then conditional CP should be awarded to them. Next issue came up during land acquisition in case of underground revenue sharing mine. Whenever the provision is to get the land registered in the name of the company. Now, when they approach the landowners for acquisition of land in the name of coal companies, they are straightway demanding employment since it is going on since long. So, but when they approach from their side only, then they don't insist so much. So what we have suggested that first they should procure the land in their name, and then when after completion of the project, they will give an undertaking that the same land will be registered in the name of the company. Although it will involve double mutation cost, which has to be borne by them, but it will smoothen the land acquisition. Next issue is regarding non-availability of linked deeds, other documents to establish ownership, possessed land authority, creating hurdles in land possession. So this issue has been taken up with government, state government, and a lot of records have been found out, and it is now being digitized, which shall be complete within 6 to 8 months. I think after that, the issue will take less time, and this issue will get resolved. Next is a specific problem for West Bengal part. In ECL, there is a type of land called A3 land, which is actually inherited from the private coal companies, but documents are not available neither with them, neither with us. So government treats it as their land, and we claim that it is our land. However, in most of the cases, either government has invested the land in their name, or they have given ownership to some local resident. So now, after a lot of deliberations, we have decided to pay the compensation of land to government under protest. And since the persons living on that land for a long period, so under Limitation Act, we will pay them compensation only, and compensation in form of employment also. Otherwise, they are not going to part the land very easily. So this we are going to implement so that our MDO operators do not face problem in acquisition of A3 land. Another problem is being faced in greenfield projects where actually GR is not there, drilling exploration could not be started, so there is no mining right. So they cannot complete their GR within limited period given, so it should at least be 720 days. Next one also, it was raised in earlier presentations also. In the NIT, lot of payments of statutory nature. Already, although in general it has been mentioned that statutory payments are to be made by the company. But in certain cases, it is again written that after handing over the property, no cost shall be incurred by the company. So a lot of confusion is arising regarding felling of trees, transport. Then the just now mentioned in our earlier panel, the cost of 10 times plantation, CA plantation, who will bear the cost? And at all it is required or not. So these are to be clearly spelled out in the NIT document itself so that this type of contradiction does not arise. Now, in some cases, disputes has also arisen because of commercial rates of the land being demanded by the concerned state governments, although we are using for industrial purpose. So this we also has taken up with government, and a step has to be taken for this. Now, in the second topic, R&R, the documents, actually the NIT, it is written that the operator will assess the compensation for rehabilitating the people living over there. But now, the estimate they are putting up to us, there is no verified method of checking the estimate, and in certain cases, complaints are also coming that the estimates are very high. So, to avoid such ambiguity, we propose that why don't we consider the rehabilitation part in their part only, and they charge it into the mining charge so that this type of difficulty does not arise. Another issue was flagged in one of our projects is in some projects they are also entrusted with the job of construction of sidings. Now, since the siding is on the non-coal bearing zone, so it is offered in the document that no employment shall be given against that non-coal bearing land on which the siding will be constructed. So now the people are reluctant to part with their land. They are saying that when you will provide employment to other peoples of the project, why not to us? So a call has also to be taken regarding this. Another issue is, in some cases, it is being found that when they advance the project, a structure belonging to government or statutory body is encountered, like a filter plant of government is there. Now, it has to be shifted. Nothing specific has been mentioned in the document that who will pay the cost. So it should be clearly specified in the document that in case of such encountering, it has to be borne by the MDO only, since it is as is where is basis, and there should not be any dispute regarding this. Another issue is regarding conducting socio-economic surveys. Now, it is written that the socio-economic survey shall be conducted by the MDO, but there is no mention about by whom. So they are putting up reports from any agency which are not authorized or not very much of known repute. So I think better to provide a list of authorized standard agencies from which they are to get the socio-economic survey done. This issue has already been discussed in our previous, that the R&R plan operated is taking long period. So within 365 days it is not possible. So phase-wise R&R should be done. The major issue is now this ownership issue. This we have to resolve immediately, otherwise none of our revenue sharing mine will start. The issue is regarding ownership. In our case, in ECL, we have already, a mine is almost ready to start production, mining plan approved, they have got all the equipments, but we have applied to, first they have approached DGMS for getting the transfership or transfer to them, and now DGMS has rejected it, and they are saying that the coal company, being the leasee, cannot absolve the responsibility, that can be adjusted. But now they are saying the agent, manager, and all statutory persons are to be appointed by the coal company only. So, which is a clear contradiction of our revenue sharing model, which is a zero cost model. And if our people are involved in that project, then there will be conflict of interest, obviously. So, this has to be taken up with Ministry of Labour and DGMS to get some modification in the, or amendments in the Act if required. Next slides describe the different provisions of the Mines Act under which they have been nominated as owner, occupier, and it is, of course, it is written that they cannot absolve responsibility. It is clear, but why they can't engage agent, manager, and engineer? That is not clear. Now, regarding just transformation, and manpower existing in the abandoned or discontinued mines, given on revenue sharing, that has to be rationalized so that local people does not hesitate. And moreover, I think in the document itself, a minimum percentage should be mentioned that this much of percentage of people to be employed from the local population only. Like Jharkhand government has enacted that 75% of the contractual persons should be from Jharkhand only. So it should be clearly mentioned that either this much percent or whichever percentage the state government has said, it has to be complied. And next is regarding the R&D plan. Someone of our friends talked about this, that either they should follow the R&D plan of our company, Coal India, or the state prevailing in the state. So it will naturally facilitate the smooth working of the project. That's all from our side. Thank you.
I thank you. I thank Mr. Niladri Roy, Director Technical ECL, for bringing out a very clear presentation on the various issues regarding land acquisition R&R faced by MDOs. After having deliberations with the MDOs ECL is working with. I would now request my co-panelist members from representing different MDOs to bring out any additional inputs they would like to make on the instant topic of land acquisition and R&R.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Afroz, and I'm representing Adani Enterprises Limited. We currently have 8 MDOs contract. One is from Coal India, and the rest are from other central CPSUs. And the combined capacity of those mines is approximately upward of 100 million ton per annum. And we also have 14 mines we are taken in through commercial auction process, and combined capacity of those mines is approximately 40 million ton per annum. So while talking, I'll be putting our perspective both from MDO perspective and also from the owner perspective. Talking about like Coal India's MDO's contract, I had to say about this point. Whenever land is being acquired, government land or forest land, invariably these mines are closer to the forest land. There is some encroachment, like invariably all the government land is encroached by somebody, or somebody is sitting there. And we pay to the government, and when you have to take physical possession of the government land, somebody is sitting there, he has to be evicted, he has to be removed, and some money has to be paid. So in the contract, some formalization of this should be there, because this is huge money that has to go out from the MDOs. So some formalization of this should be there, that MDO contractor should be paid for whatever money that he is paying to the people who are encroaching, either government land and sometime forest land also. Second point that I want to say is invariably when these projects are being implemented, there is a delay. And the PDFs or PFs that we count is based on the assessment survey or socio-economic survey that has happened over a period of time. And when we go for physical possession of this land, there is significant delay, and a lot of people have added age, and they become, legally speaking, they become at the age of 18 and they become PDF or PF. And contract does not absorb of those costs
and the cost burden comes on the MDO because of the delay that has happened over a period of time. Third point that also pertains to us is Coal India, when these contracts are there, Coal India acquires land, pay as per the CBA Act, the compensation are being paid to the people. And there is elapse of time when we go to take physical possession of this land, and invariably some coal block or the other is being developed in that area, and at those places rates are being paid way higher as compared to what Coal India has paid in the past. So there is a pressure to pay for this incremental value, and the contracts from both parties, there is a lot of a struggle that goes on. So some formalization should be there. If there is a delay in the contract implementation, a delay in taking physical possession of the land, how MDO's contractor, because he has to take the land, how he is going to be compensated for the additional cost burden that is coming on his head. These are points from the MDO perspective. Coming back to the owner's perspective, because we are developing coal mines also at different places. Invariably, the land is government land, private land, and forest land. For taking private land, there is a labyrinthine process of taking land. Just for example, for taking any land under LA Act, there are 5 gram sabhas involved at multiple stages. Since all the highest dignitaries are here that I can speak to and I can pass on my message to. So some simplification should be there on land acquisition for coal mining, because once the coal block has been allocated, government has decided this coal block will be developed. So this should be considered as a deemed consideration that this area land will be acquired. And there are many there are different authorities involved, like multiple levels of revenue department, forest department, like even for private land, forest department comes into play because the trees are there, those assessment has to be made. PWD comes, the NALA or something of the similar stuffs are there. So the water resources departments also comes into play. So multiple departments are there. Some coordination should be there so that these projects can be implemented at a faster rate. And I have some suggestions also to make from the policy perspective. For any coal mine, if there is a premium of 20% and the price of coal is 3,000 rupees, the state government, leaving aside royalty or other taxes that they get paid, just for the premium they are getting paid 600 rupees a ton. So in those mines, the developers might not be making that kind of money, but for these state governments are making a lot of money for those, from those coal mines. So my request is some single window arrangement or some business development department should be made in the state government, and they should work on expediting kind of operationalization of those mines, because they are going to get a lot of money out of those coal mines. And one is about CA land in the current perspective. Taking forest approval of any mines generally have forest land, and taking forest clearance is one of the longest process on the table. And for every hectare of forest land, we had to acquire CA land, and CA land, procuring CA land is a long process, long drawn process. So state government should have they should have some land bank, and the developer pays some money, the land automatically goes to forest department, and the process can be cut short. This is from land perspective. Secondly, from the process perspective of FDP, the process has been made as such that no FDP proposal will be processed unless and until registered deed of CA land is there. So this process can run in parallel of processing the FDP file, but this has become a serious activity. Land has to be acquired, then only processing of file can happen. So that is delaying the forest clearance process. These are suggestions that I had. Thank you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thanks for the representative of Ministry of Coal and Coal India, especially for giving us great opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Jairam, representing Mansar Constructions. First of all, I'd like to thank Ministry of Coal and Coal India for creating such a workshop. We've been allocated in a revenue sharing model. Most of my queries have been addressed by colleague mine operators and have been taken care by the panel. I just have one small request. in revenue sharing model, the mine operator takes the entire responsibility for the production of coal, including reopening and the salvaging. So my humble request is we should not be treated as service provider, we should be treated as a co-owner, because we are taking the entire responsibility of the mine, from starting of the mine to the salvaging of the mine and to the selling of the mine. By treating us as a co-owner, it really resolves a lot of issues, which includes double taxation, issues which are created by the DGMS. So as Neeladri sir is also mentioning that one of the mine operators is ready, but because of this owner issue, the coal production came to a stall. It's regarding the Vensa construction zoning. So my humble request is that look at revenue sharing. It's a different model. It's not the regular MDO model. Please relook at the status of a revenue sharing mine operator. Thank you.
The floor is now open for question and answers.
We are running short of time. I would request my co-panelists to please give us succinct inputs in respect of your observation.
Good evening. मेजर इशू ऑलरेडी सर ने स्लाइड में कवर किया है. ओनली एक इशू जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है, जो लैंड जो है वो एमडीओ को एक्वायर करना है, और 25 इयर्स के बाद में जब वो प्रोजेक्ट को हैंडओवर करेंगे तो वो डबल कॉस्ट का वो आ रहा है. जो एक बार तो रजिस्ट्री एमडीओ अपने नेम से लेंगे, फिर जब वो अथॉरिटी को जब हैंडओवर होगा तो उस समय वो डबल कॉस्ट का ये एक इशू मुझे नज़र आ रहा है. सेकेंड इशू, ऑनरशिप. अगर डीजीएमएस अगर एमडीओ को ऑनरशिप अगर ट्रीट नहीं करती है, वो अथॉरिटी ही अगर रहती है, उस केस में जो भी हायर अथॉरिटी जो अपॉइंट किए जाएंगे, माइन मैनेजर, एजेंट और ये, उनका कॉस्ट जो है वो एमडीओ से डिडक्ट किया जाएगा. और ये कॉस्ट जो है क्या डिडक्ट होगा, वो उस एनआईटी में ऐसा कुछ क्लैरिटी नहीं दिख रहा है, जबकि एमडीओ को एचपीसी के लिए उसमें दिया गया है. तो उसको भी एक इशू वो देखा जाएगा. अगर कॉस्ट डिडक्ट होगा एमडीओ से तो वो क्या कॉस्ट डिडक्ट किया जाएगा.
We now open the house for discussion. I request you to please restrict to the topic of land and land acquisition and R&R only. And we can at most take 3 questions as we are running short of time.
Yeah, sir. Good evening. I'm Krishna Praveen Kota, representing MDO of Steel Authority of India. Tasra Open Cast Project to represent. Sir, like as you are all aware, like land is the major commodity for the mining. We can broadly classify land into private land and government land. When we are talking about the government land, especially in our project, there are a lot of land which are owned by PSUs. One of the major issue we are facing is like acquiring or transferring this land or leasing this land for the purpose of the mining. This is becoming a lot of big issue. Even like acquisition of private land is becoming easy than acquiring a PSU land. So central government has to come up with certain kind of policy for utilizing such kind of lands for the mining purpose swiftly without any time. This is my suggestion, sir.
R.K. Sharma from IMA Consortium. हम लोग ये BCCL में मधुबन प्रोजेक्ट का टेंडर मिला हुआ है. उसमें NIT में दिखाया गया था कि BCCL लैंड 90 हेक्टेयर या अबाउट 90 हेक्टेयर्स है, और एक्चुअल हम लोग गवर्नमेंट रिकॉर्ड में, झारखंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के रिकॉर्ड में चेक किए तो एक्चुअली 30 या 3 हेक्टेयर BCCL के ओनरशिप में मिला. बाकी 60 हेक्टेयर सभी भी प्राइवेट टेनेंसी लैंड है. तो वो जो डिस्प्यूट आ रहा है वो NIT टर्म्स में उसको माने रिजॉल्व करना ज़रूरी है. माने इसका क्या कॉस्ट करना होगा, अगर लैंड परचेज माइन में ज़रूरत होगा तो उसको फिर BCCL लैंड को भी परचेज कर, हम लोग BCCL को लिखते हैं तो उसके लिए मिनिस्ट्री से परमिशन का क्लॉज है कि मिनिस्ट्री और बीसीसीएल अपने लैंड को परचेस करने के लिए नहीं भेज सकती है, तो थोड़ा उसमें इश्यूज आ रहा है। इस तरह के इश्यूज को भी रिजॉल्व करना जरूरी है।
Last question, please.
Good evening, sir. My name is Kameshwar Rao. We are operating MDO mines at ECL area. I have two questions which Niladri Rai sir mentioned in his presentation. One is with regard to the discrepancy in land purchase policy of MDO underground and surface. Second one is A3 land issue. Currently, our project or some of the MDO projects are in progress mode. The production will start in next 1 or 2 years. So before that, they need to buy or sort out this A3 issue as well as to purchase the land. My suggestion is, or question may be, the proposal which Niladri Rai sir has shown, it should be implemented on retrospective mode also, the projects which has not yet been started.
Okay, thank you. We will look forward to your more questions on our email shared with all of you. As we are running short of time, we close the house and thank you for your insightful inputs.
Thank you, everyone. May I request Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Projects, Ministry of Coal, to kindly present a memento to all our panelists. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you, everyone.
Now, we'll begin the last session for the day on operational matters, mine and infrastructure development, safety, ownership, etc. Before we start, I would like to welcome all our panelists present on the dais with us today. Shri Birendra Kumar Thakur, Director, Ministry of Coal, Moderator. Shri Harish Duhan, Technical, CCL. Shri Achyut Ghutak, Director, Technical, CMPDIL. And one representatives each from Adani Enterprises, SL Mining, and Industries Limited, VPR Mining, Infra Private Limited.
सभी को नमस्कार. Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, Government of India, Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of State, GOI, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey, respected Secretary Coal GOI, Sri Vikram Dev Dutt, Additional Secretary GOI.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending greetings and welcoming our guest of honor, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines. Please give a huge round of applause. May I please request Srimati Santosh, DDG Ministry of Coal, to kindly welcome our guest of honor. A hearty welcome to you, sir, and we resume our discussions for panel 4 now.
सभी को नमस्कार. Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, Government of India, Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey, respected Secretary Coal, Sri Vikram Dev Dutt, Additional Secretary GOI, Srimati Vishmita Tej, Additional Secretary GOI, MOC, Srimati Rupinder Barar, other dignitaries of MOC, Chairman CIL, CMDs and Directors of CIL and other PSUs, CEOs of the industries and MDO leads, and my respected members of the panel. For the government initiatives of PPP for efficiency and technology infusion in public sector, this workshop has manifested. The workshop shall also address the second pillar, that is the ease of business, especially for all stakeholders who are now furthering the cause of the coal industry with the overall aim for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Out of the major aspects in the process MDO, panel 4 has been assigned the A to Z of operations, that is ownership, operations, infrastructure development, safety, to name a few. The subject matter assigned to us, to all, is all the more important because it is at this operational stage that the cat is out of the bag and the gin of the bottle usually leaves the bottle for us to face, which as of now may not have been anticipated. Quickly allow me to introduce my panel members. From MOC in our panel is Sri Birendra Kumar Thakur from Kalinga Metals. We also have one of the other members as Eagle Infra who are not present here. What we present here today we have mainly two things in mind. What would be a comprehensive MDO document that will look like in the future, and the ease of doing business. The issues deliberated in this presentation have evolved out of discussions and inputs from coal subsidiaries and MDOs. These are the issues that are either alive or are anticipated at some point of time during the operations. So coming here directly to my presentation here, the first and foremost, most important aspect is safety and ownership. This was one such issue, that is A intersection, B intersection, C intersection, D, that is all common for all panels. This is a very critical issue and needs a parley of deliberations and persuasions with the statutory authorities. We also had a suggestion that we could be a co-owner. If that is the case, we may have to define the direct and indirect responsibilities as well. So what we have done is we have taken up the issues in 4 columns, that is the existing clause, the issues, the way forward, and whose responsibility and timeline it is. The first column has the 5.8.2 and 5.7, that is the ownership issue. What are the issues that usually come out is the conflict of interest, overlapping responsibilities, overlap of authority due to the dual appointments, the adverse impact of safety management. If there is a chaos, there is definitely a internal issues in safety management. Then regarding the prime responsibility, this is one area which has to be addressed while I talked of the direct and the indirect responsibility. Way forward, we hope to designate the mine owner as the deemed owner, whether in a greenfield or a revenue MDO. They will have to appoint the agent or the manager. Roles and responsibilities have to be clearly defined depending upon whose responsibility, will it be direct or indirect. And as it has been discussed, the issue shall be taken up with DGMS continuously and shall need the assistance of an inter-ministerial group. Next is the infrastructure development. We have a number of issues here. First is the existing infrastructure, which has come up at some point of time, which says that at the time of execution, there are certain infrastructure which are an impediment for the underground mine, which were not an impediment in the past but are now an impediment. The authority may need to be, which is under the authority, may need to be shifted in the future operations. So what we suggested here is we have taken into cognizance, yes, this is an issue. So mine has been handed over on as-is where-is basis, and the method of work is technology agnostic. It is therefore proposed that all existing mining infrastructure such as lamp room, offices, workshops, etc. Of the authority to be utilized free of cost. Further, if addition or removal of any type of infrastructure is necessary, it shall be the responsibility of the mine operator, which CIL will cater to through a committee if required. Then the operational matters, we directly refer to the 2223. This is the matter of the declared grade. It is also yet another overlap issue where there is a clause of penalty. As we all know, the quality of coal seams varies continuously within the seam itself. So penalizing may be a bit harsh. So we have proposed incentive provisions which will be suitably inserted. And secondly, the penalty provision to be ameliorated and to be made on weighted average GCV basis monthly. So CIL will do the necessary modification clarifications in its contract based on the responses, based on the recommendations of a committee. Now, the payment of mining charge, this has been coming up continuously. The authority will pay the mining operator a mining charge for delivery of coal at the mining points. So there are cases when the coal has to be dumped, and there is also an issue that after the coal is dumped, the MDO may not be responsible for any discrepancy arising during the dispatch of coal. In such case, it is better that we base it on the coal sold or dispatched to the customers first. Secondly, in the 30% case also, the selling or dispatch of the undelivered coal can be considered. Further, it may also come up, as has been coming up in the previous panels, that who will give the rehandling charges, which we'll deliberate in the subsequent slides as well. So for this part, again, we will be considering. Then clause number 5.1.5, the mine operator procures ECFC, and there are some cases where the EAC condition are similar to the CSR conditions. So in that case, it is very clear that the EC conditions has to be complied by the mine operator, and any CSR condition has to be complied by the authority. Now the existing clause number 5.2 and 5.16, liability of CSR, yes, we are responsible for the surrounding community, it is our duty. So somebody said ki 2 CSR policies, no, it cannot be 2 CSR policy, it should be a CSR policy aligned with what CIL has made, and it should be specific to the area around, that is that 80%, 20% concept which is there. And we have this section 135 which defines it, and there is the 2% average of the profit of last 3 years or 2 rupees per ton, whichever is suitable. Then the existing clause of 19.7.1 that before the COD, engineer in charge shall make the necessary measurements. The overground level measurements usually is not included, which may give rise to, it is an anticipation, may give rise to some issues in the future. So necessary modifications shall be made in this regard. It shall be CMPDI or a third-party expert agency. Then project monitoring, yes, this is also important, because if we are to complete the project in time, then we also have to monitor the project. So suitable provisions shall be included, and the MCA document shall include provisions for access to the SAP module, wherein the MDO can upload its data status. Then the engineer in charge, under the clause 26, engineer in charge is a single person who may not be having all the expertise. It may be difficult for him to take care of all the issues. So the way forward is assisting the engineer in charge with a panel of experts. I think this is something which can also help us resolving the ownership issue as well. Who will appoint the manager, who will appoint the agent. This also something can be thought of in this line, where the authority can appoint a expert panel led by the engineer in charge, who can assist in this particular clause. Now, we have this adjustment of base mining charge in stripping ratio. So this is basically the actual stripping ratio is awarded as per the actual coal and the actual OB removed. However, there are cases when actual stripping ratio is based on the volume of OB and coal excavated. It does not differentiate between, this is the issue, differentiate between whether year is prior to COD or after the COD. The formula for strip ratio adjustment should be applicable to the tenure of pre and post COD. This has been taken into cognizance, and this shall be deliberated in a committee the call shall be taken accordingly. Then the rehandling charge, which I had just mentioned, this is regarding the coal that has been dumped. This is also an issue that seems to be reasonable enough. So again, we will be considering it. Now, this is a case, again, if the appointed date do not occur before the second anniversary from the agreement date or the extended period of condition precedent, fulfillment due to any of the reason whatsoever, then all claims of MDO arising out of CMA shall be deemed to have been waived. This again seems to be matter which can be deliberated, so it can be taken up. Then this has already been suggested in one of the panels. This is again an overlapping A intersection B. It has already been modified to 25% from 15%. However, suggestion has come up to 50%. They let the expert committee that will be set up decide what can be done. Then this was an issue from SL Mining, which said the benefits accrued in the green initiatives may be passed on to the MDO. So it has felt, yes, the portion of the financial benefit accrued from the carbon credit or any other type of benefit by the government of India shall be passed on the mine operator through the authority. However, the authority shall retain the ownership of and branding of the associated intangible benefits. So again, it can be considered. Then another issue was this WPI, CPI, some items getting deleted from the list and some items coming into the list. So again, yes, this is something, yes, this is very reasonable, and this also can be considered. So these are some issues from the MDOs which we have taken into cognizance. Some have an overlap that the other panels have taken up. So we did not put up all of it. The existing clause of 17.5, the mine operator does not have the requisite resource regarding the mine rescue trained person. Yes, agreed. This is a reasonable cause which can also be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Achyut Ghatak, Director Technical, CMPDL. My co-panelist, if any more points to add on this, operational matters, mine and infrastructure development, safety and ownership, please.
Thank you. I'm Afroz. Most of the points have been covered, but still I'd like to add some points. Regarding shifting of utilities, generally in the mine plan, tendering is done based on the mining plan, so mine plan is a conceptual document, and when actual shifting of those infrastructure and utilities happen, is based on many approvals and different agencies are involved that may be in variation with the mining plan. So should there be any variation from the mining plan in actual utility diversion, the additional cost should be reimbursed to the MDO. This is first suggestion that I want to make. Second is in the coal mining volume and coal dispatch volume, should there be any, because there is coal is kept out in open, so there will be some loss would be there. So some loss like 0.8% should be granted from coal mine and coal dispatch. If the variation is to that extent up to 0.8%, the mine developer should not be penalized, and he should be paid based on the mine the volume that he produced. Third is there is a provision of submission of BG should there be OB handling lower than the annual capacity of the volume that has been produced. So since there is already BG is there for performance bank guarantee is there should not be need for any additional BG. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Ramana from VPR Mining Infrastructure Private Limited. Here actually every time and every year we are talking about the production enhancement, and we are enhancing our production, coal production also every year. But in the same time, we need to improve the evacuation facilities also, which are not being done properly, like road connectivity and rail connectivity. Today industry is facing that problem severely, availability of railway racks and evacuation problems. So if MDO is facing huge cash flow losses because of delay in the coal evacuation. So I request the concerned authorities to look into it and kindly do the needful. Thank you.
Good evening and my regards to all. This is Bimal Baral. I am representing SL Mining and Industries Limited. I think most of the points of ours are taken into presentation. But to give some more emphasis to it, as per this agreement, we have to build up at least 6.05% of the mining fee towards the electricity charge. But in case MDO wants to do some optimizations or some innovations in engineering in the projects, like CHP and other systems, like placing some solar systems or some other systems of sustainability developments, in case we make billing less than 6% of the mining fee, then it will be deducted from our mining fee. So I think it's better if it can be left to MDO to do some innovations or engineering or optimization in the project, not to make any sacrosanct in the average project report, to stick to the specifications and size of these engineering projects. Second point, we emphasize that we believe that the document should clearly define whenever there is reimbursement, it says statutory fee, statutory cost, fee, documented cost. So the document is silent on all these three definitions. So we fail to understand basically what is documented cost, what is fee, and what is statutory cost. So it's better if the document can clearly spell out so that it will make life easy for these MDOs. And third point, we feel that economic advisors sometimes drops a lot of subsidies, like lubricants is dropped right now. So in place of lubricants, it is the lube oil that came into the WPI index, which will be part of this quarterly escalation formula for this mining fee. So in case the document can address in the contract document, it will be better. Thank you everybody, and thank you MOC and Coal India to give an opportunity to put further points.
Thank you all co-panelists. Now we move to the question answer session from the participants. Please stick to the topic: operation matters, mines infrastructure, development and safety. If no question, yes.
In MDO, sir, I just request that initially for some years, for 2 or 3 years, while we start the production there in MDO, the rescue trained person should be provided by the authority, because that cannot be built up overnight or even means in a short span. So I think initially for 2 to 3 years, it should be provided by authority. Thank you.
Sir, myself is Bikram Kumar from BCCL. I want your kind attention, the panelist. You have told regarding reimbursement of some of the costs to the MDOs and also passing some of the benefits to the MDOs. I wanted your kind attention towards Greenfield Open Cast project which has been awarded in MDOs. That is a PR based. CMPDIL has prepared a project report, and abridged project report of the same has been uploaded along with the tender document. So that is the part of the tender document. So unless you provide a clarity in the PR itself regarding what are the costs parameters, then only accordingly sacrosanct to that you can make modification in the NIT. So that is the most important point, because during financial evaluation, all the parameters which has been was incorporated in the PR, again those parameters should be incorporated in the scope of work of the MDOs, and accordingly what would be the mining charge, and finally what would be the internal rate of return and profitability to the coal company. So all these are the things which are needed to be taken into consideration while any modification in the tender document. Thanks.
You mean to say that if we want to pass on the benefits of the additional quality gains, it has to be incorporated into the PR?
No, not only that. Everything, whatever the financial issues are there, that should be the part of the PR also, because ultimately that is going to affect the profitability of the of Coal India or coal company. That is my point.
So that is why we have put it in the final column that whatever the suggestions that have come up, we have taken cognizance. As you have said, your point is well taken, because yes, if it is related directly to the PR, it has to be deliberated in the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
My name is G. Kole. I am from Ambe Mining. My submission is that there is already OB adjustment formula is already there, and OB shortage BG is a double penalty. I mean, there should be only one, either OB adjustment formula or the OB shortage BG. Further, for semi-export block, let the MDO bid on its own due diligence on the assessment of the block based on the semi-export data. So there should not be any OB adjustment formula. I mean rate adjustment formula on tipping ratio adjustment formula, I think. So because there is already exit clause for both. If the rate is very high after preparation of GR, if it is felt by the CIL, they can consider the termination of agreement. And if the MDO feels the rate is too low, they can also come out. Thank you.
Sir, I am Venkatramaya from Venture Construction Company Limited. My question is regarding operationalizing the revenue sharing projects. In the revenue sharing projects, after the tender and agreement, the construction period starts up to the appointed date. But there are number of statutory things which have to be performed between the agreement date and the date of appointment, like notice to be given for reopening of the mines to DGMS, or renewal of the CTO, CFP, which are getting lapsed. So it is necessary to incorporate clauses during the construction period for DGMS stipulations, environmental stipulations, which are lapsing or which are needed to comply the conditions precedent after 1 year. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Rajesh Pandey from SL Mining.
Sir, in the first panel discussion, we observed that for any clarification, there was a suggestion that CMPDL centralized cell will be created. That sort of suggestion was coming up. Similar suggestion I would like to have for this operational matters, because in operations day to day we are having disputes. There are very small things for which every time dispute clause cannot be evoked. So this CMPDL centralized cell, if we are talking about that, then they should be they should have some legal experts also with them, so that a first cut clarification can at least be provided for operation matters. Thanks.
Okay. Now, please, last question, please.
सर मैं के सिंह मोंटे कार्लो, मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर कि ट्रांजिट लॉस, हम लोग के सीएमए में ट्रांजिट लॉस का कोई प्रावधान नहीं है, जबकि हम लोग को 11-12 किलोमीटर ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ ट्रांजिट लॉस होता है। दूसरा है सर कि प्रोडक्शन करने की कैपेसिटी हम लोग प्रोडक्शन कर भी रहे हैं, लेकिन ट्रांसपोर्ट हम बाय रोड कर रहे हैं, जबकि हमको एज पर सीएमए हमको सीएचपी के थ्रू रेलवे लाइन से करना है। रेलवे लाइन अभी हमारे यहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से 3 मिलियन रेट कैपेसिटी पे आने में हमको दिक्कत है।
So all please share your input and suggestion both to the mail ID of Coal India Limited. Thank you. And now we conclude this session, our session 4.
May I now request Shri Anandji Prasad, Project Advisor, Ministry of Coal, to present memento to all the panelists. Please give a round of applause for all the panelists.
Please give a round of applause to all our panel members. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us for further interactions over tea now. You're requested to return to this room by 6:05, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request our distinguished guest of honor, I would request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Sir, the Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, our guest of honor, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey Ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, and our other distinguished dignitaries of the session, Shri Vikram Devdutt, respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Srimati Vismita Tej, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Srimati Rupinder Brar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, and Shri P.M. Prasad, Chairman, Coal India Limited, to please join us on the dais.
Lighting of lamp. Lighting.
We are about to commence our event by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. It is our honor to invite Honorable Minister Shri G. Kishan Reddy Sir and all dignitaries present on the dais to please do the honors.
शत्रुबुद्धिविनाश
So with your kind permission, we would now like to begin our session. I would like to invite Shri Anandji Prasad, Advisor Projects, Ministry of Coal, to give a brief on the discussion on outcomes of the stakeholder consultation of MDO.
Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Secretary Coal, Additional Secretary, Secretaries, Ministry of Coal, and Shri Chairman CIL. Sir, the first session which we have already witnessed, where the Honorable Minister has also been has heard all the suggestions. This session, I've just compiled the recommendations of the panel. It's not that these suggestions are the only suggestions which are being considered. We have already noted down the suggestions which is beyond that, relating to many of the environmental issues, any of the issues which are concurrently operational issues relating to tenders, which were brought out by the most of the project proponent. So I am running a small presentation which compiles the major recommendations which were earlier this panel, which has deliberated through about 10 days and come out with some of the suggestions after detailed consultation and deliberations. Right. Okay. Please display the. There were 4 panels, primarily focusing on some of the themes which were identified, like panel 1, which was identified with tendering, contracting, investment, financing, and payments. The suggestions which broadly, majorly has been listed out, it relates to period of bid submission, relating to bid security, asking for offline instrument, then capping of the performance security, and release of the payment for undelivered coal, which is for reducing it from 70 to 80%. This panel comprised of 4 MDO participants. We have Monte Carlo Arcade Transport. They have, in fact, gone in depth. And besides that, we have received additional suggestion with respect to the payments which many of the companies are facing. We have interaction with the minister lined up subsequently also. If you can come up with more suggestions, we'll take it down further. The next panel, panel number 2, which was formed to address the issue, identify the issues relating to statutory clearances, permissions, and approvals. They have identified primarily these 3 major issues: that CTO may be granted for enhanced period, NOC validity may be extended for at least 3 years to a maximum of 5 years. Mine operator shall prepare and procure approval of mining plan is to approve within 60 days. That is what these suggestions have come. The panel number 3, which was relating to land acquisition and rehabilitation, settlement, and just transformation, has majorly recommended 3 issues. Statutory fees and costs to be reimbursed to MDO to be clearly mentioned to avoid any difference in interpretation between the coal company and the MDO. Inclusion of provision for phase-wise R&R plan in the document. The agencies for different surveys shall be specified in the bid document. Besides that, we have received some additional inputs during the deliberations of the panel. We have noted down and we'll take that forward. The 4th panel relates to the operational matter of mine and infrastructure development, safety, ownership, and many other issues which are connected there with operational matters. They have majorly recommended for forming a committee to come up with and decide within 3 months regarding existing infrastructure, payment of mining charges, mine operator shall indemnify and pay the authority 1 point. This is related to grade slippage or slippage due to grade as damages as mentioned in the document. And the last one is relating to procuring of EC and FC, making payment of the statutory cost. All these issues I have put it under 10 heads and try to put it. The topic basically is relaxation. The major recommendations relates to relaxation of the time period to provide ease of business to the contractors. The second point, which relates to encourage development of new vendors like certification, etc., bid security, performance security, etc. Then the fourth point relates to compensation to the mine operator. That is, there has some compensation level has to be reduced from 90% to 80%. Sorry, 85 to 90% has to be made. And then fifth point relating to engaging a centralized agency like CMPDI or some third party can be also be thought of. So this point actually needs further deliberation, whether it should be CMPDL or some other agency that CIL can work on all such recommendations. The sixth point relates to the grade slippage. Seventh point is CIL is advised to form a committee, and eighth point is some financial relaxation is expected from the bidders. Then ease of doing business, they are expecting some statutory relaxation also, like CTO, validity of NOC, then approving authority to mining plan within 60 days, provision of phase-wise RNR plan, issue of grant of EC under MDO project without impacting the earlier cluster. So these are some of the things which are relating to the statutory approvals and the existing framework, which needs to be taken up with the appropriate authorities. This has been discussed, this has been deliberated. Now, besides this, several points have been brought out. And don't worry, it's not that it is the statutory or the regulatory issues will be only for the ongoing contract, but the statutory issue can be addressed. Please identify and send those issues to the CIL. We'll try to take up this matter with the statutory authorities. If we can address that, we'll try to address that. So should not have the concern that the issues are not going to be addressed. And in fact, the CIL is going to take up such issues. We'll forward all the issues. It's expected that they will work harder and they will work more for resolving these issues. This workshop has been, which has been initiated by Honorable Minister, will work as a starting point for CIL also, that all the issues which will be taken up and analyzed in depth, and there can be some specific timeline which can be specified, and they can come out with a specific solution. They can have more consultation with the MDO contractors, either in revenue sharing or the greenfield areas, and come out with more ease of doing business provisions which can be incorporated in the MDO document. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. The floor is now open for interaction with the Honorable Minister regarding issues pertaining to Ministry of Power, Railways and MOFCC, and any other interaction with the mining MDOs. From Ministry of Railways, we have Shri Sumit, Joint Director Planning, Shri Avinash Mishra, ED Coal, Shri Hari, Director Gati Shakti.
Please identify yourself. Please identify.
May I please request you to just stand up and introduce yourself once?
Good evening, sir. Sir, myself Sumit Badarke, Joint Director Planning, Railway Boards.
Good evening, sir. Myself Hari Kumar, Director Gati Shakti, Traffic.
From Ministry of Power, we have Shri Nitin Prakash, Director. Shri Rajiv Kumar, Chief Engineer. From MOFCC, we have Shri Charanjit, Scientist E.
माइक दीजिए उनको।
नमस्कार सर, सर मेरा नाम चरणजीत सिंह है। मैं वर्किंग इन द फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन डिवीजन ऑफ MOEF पॉलिसी रिलेटेड मैटर्स सर। थैंक यू सर।
May I request all the representatives to please be
सामने आइए
seated in
आप
the
लोग।
front row.
बाबू फोटोग्राफ उठिए आप हटिए। लाइन मिनिस्ट्रीज जो है सामने आइए। रेलवे के संबंधित हो, पावर सेक्टर का हो, उसके साथ एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री का, अभी कोई इसी विषय पर कोई इंटरेक्शन करना चाहते हैं मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ, कोई आपके मन में होगा, कुछ भी इंटरेक्शन का सेशन, वो लोग ऑफिसर से आए हुए हैं, आप लोग कोई भी इस विषय पर अपना मन की बात कर सकते हैं। नहीं, आपको पूछेंगे, आप बोलना नहीं। हाँ, आपको पूछेंगे हम, आप बैठो। हाँ, आप जवाब देना है, आप क्वेश्चन नहीं करना।
नमस्कार सर, आई एम जी कोले, आम्बे माइनिंग से बोल रहा हूँ। सर यहाँ पर हम लोग को कम से कम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट वालों को भी मतलब उन लोग भी लाने से और अच्छा होता, क्योंकि रियल प्रॉब्लम है विद द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। एक एक परमिशन, एक एक पेपर निकलने में इतना लेट होता है, उसका कोई हिसाब नहीं है।
अभी सभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का अलग अलग जो माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री से एक मीटिंग भुवनेश्वर में होगा, उसमें कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट लोगों को आपको भी बुलाएंगे, जब इंटरेक्शन कर सकते हैं। अभी जो सुझाव देंगे, जो क्वेश्चन करेंगे, उस समय सभी मिनिस्ट्री के साथ, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ हम बैठने वाले हैं।
जी सर, थैंक यू सर।
भुवनेश्वर में होने वाला है कॉन्फ्रेंस।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
All the participating MDOs are requested to raise queries relating to the members present from Ministry of Power, Railways and MOEF, Forest Division. Now we have been discussing these issues through the panels. Yes, please.
नमस्कार, मैं छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट पावर जनरेशन कंपनी से सर। हमारी एक माइल तमनार में रन कर रही है सर, अभी लास्ट 6 ईयर में रनिंग है। तमनार में जो कोल ब्लॉक अलॉट हुए हैं सर, वो एक क्लस्टर में है और वहाँ से एवेक्यूएशन की प्रॉब्लम है। वहाँ पे एक CRL का वर्क भी चल रहा है और हमारा भी एक प्राइवेट स्पर लाइन वहाँ पे आने वाली है सर। और वर्क थोड़ा सा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लैंड एक्विजिशन पे भी डिले हुआ, और हमारा जो इंडिविजुअल मेरा जो है सर, हमारी कंपनी का एक प्राइवेट साइडिंग का ESP प्लान वगैरह जो है रेलवे से लास्ट 2023 से नवंबर से पेंडिंग है सर।
मेरा ये सुझाव है, पॉलिसी इश्यूज पर बात करें। इंडिविजुअल इश्यूज इधर सभी सॉल्व नहीं हो सकता है। एज ए पॉलिसी इश्यूज फ्रॉम देयर मिनिस्ट्रीज आप क्वेश्चन कर सकते हो तो ठीक रहेगा। जो कंपनी वाइज, माइंड वाइज जो इश्यूज है वो अलग करेंगे चर्चा।
राइट सर, थैंक यू।
Sir, we have members from DGMS also, sir. This DGMS is the authority which regulates mines, sir. So please identify yourself.
नमस्कार,
एक बार DGMS से इंट्रोडक्शन कर लीजिए। माइक दीजिए उनको।
Good evening to all. Good evening, sir. Myself, Ramavatar Meena, Deputy DG, Western Zone, Nagpur, DGMS.
Good evening, sir. I am M. Bidri, Director of Mines, DGMS, Gajawal.
Thank you. I will request all, yeah, please come and go ahead with your question.
Namaskar, sir. I am Animesh Jain, Chief Executive Officer of NTPC Mining. Sir, जैसा आपने पेश किया, मैं कुछ पॉलिसी लेवल के इश्यूज उठाना चाहूँगा, which will go a long way for contributing towards ease of doing business for miners. सर, मेरा पहला जो मुद्दा है वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रेलवेज़ के साथ है सर, कि जब हम इवैक्यूएशन कॉरिडोर्स बनाते हैं और हमारे CHPs जब एक स्टेज तक पहुंच जाते हैं तो वहाँ तक सर जो मैचिंग रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसमें डिले होता है। और सर उसकी जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है कि उसकी वजह से हमको ट्रक से एक स्टेज तक कोयला साइडिंग पर लेके जाना पड़ता है, जिसका आदेश MOEFCC नहीं देता है। सो सर हम एक catch-22 सिचुएशन में पड़ जाते हैं और हमारे NTPC के कई प्रोजेक्ट्स इससे अफेक्टेड हैं। सर दूसरा मेरा इशू है DGMS को लेके कि साहब DGMS सेफ्टी के लिए यहाँ की सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी है। सर अभी जो हमारा DGMS है सर वो MDO मॉडल को तभी एक्सेप्ट करते हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैन पावर जब MDO की सैलरी जो उनके एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं सर वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टेड लेबर्स हैं और दे से कि वो आपको भी रखने हैं। तो सर देर इज सम काइंड ऑफ अ डिस्क्रिपेंसी विद द DGMS मॉडल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द MDO रूट वर्सेस द ओनर्स रूट। सर दूसरा सवाल मेरा ये था। तीसरा साहब एक रिक्वेस्ट है, एक सर 2020 29 मई को एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल से OM जारी हुआ जो ये बोलता है कि माइनिंग लीज आपकी होनी चाहिए। सर इसमें जो है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल के अंडर कोल इंडिया इतना इफेक्टेड नहीं है, बट अदर माइनर्स आर देयर जो लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट में जिन्होंने लैंड लिया हुआ है। एंड सर देर इज़ अ बिग कंट्राडिक्शन। सर माइनिंग लीज ज़मीन के नीचे होती है, अगर उसमें ही है तो MMDR एक्ट पर से डज नॉट अलाउ mining lease to be given for the area where there is no mineral below the surface. They give surface lease. और सर surface lease में एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट है गोवा का फाउंडेशन कोर्ट्स के साथ कि surface lease is not good enough for dumping of overburden or any other associated activity related to mines. So सर यहाँ बहुत बड़ा contradiction आता है। स्टेट बोलता है कि हम माइन लीज दे नहीं सकते क्योंकि CMDI ने सर्टिफिकेट दिया कि नीचे कोयला नहीं है, सरफेस लीज है, और MOEFCC कहता है कि आप मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल से इस वाले सर्कुलर को अमेंड कराइए, नहीं तो हमारे लिए तो ये मैंडेट है। सर मेरे ये है, बाकी सुझाव और सो 3 मुद्दे सर, रेलवेज, MOEFCC एंड DGMS। दिस इज व्हाट आई वुड। थैंक यू सर।
कुछ रेलवेज रेस्पॉन्ड होंगे शार्ट में।
ये अनिमेश जी आपका जो सुझाव है
उधर फेस कर, क्योंकि हमारा कैमरा पीछे है।
ये जो आपका सुझाव था कि रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर साथ साथ आए, तो ये तो प्लानिंग, लॉन्ग टर्म प्लानिंग है, और जैसे ही आपका प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट आता है उसको एग्जामिन करके लोग कर रहे हैं। और साथ साथ PM गति शक्ति जब से शुरू हुआ है, मतलब उसके बाद से इसमें काफ़ी और डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन हुआ है, और इसमें हेलो, ये PM गति शक्ति जब से चला है उसके बाद से आपके
इसमें काफ़ी डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कर दिया गया है और लोकल लेवल पे DRM इज़ नाउ एम्पावर्ड। विदिन 1 मंथ आपके IPL अप्रूवल हो जाने हैं, 3 मंथ्स में आपके DPR अप्रूवल हो जाने हैं, 6 मंथ्स के अंदर आपके ESP अप्रूवल हो जाने हैं। और साइडिंग या गति शक्ति टर्मिनल जो भी आपको बनाने हैं उसमें काफ़ी एक्सपेडिशन किया गया है। और पहले जो एक्स्ट्रा कॉस्ट वगैरह ये सब लगता
SEZ कंसेप्ट पे इवैक्यूएशन कॉरिडोर, रेलवेज, माइनर, राइट एंड स्टेट, अगर उस तरीके का एक मिलके एक इनिशिएटिव होगा तो आई थिंक कोल, क्योंकि बहुत साल तक हम नहीं निकाल पाएंगे, तो इसमें हम अपने मदर अर्थ से जितना, जिसमें हम आत्मनिर्भर हैं, ये रिसोर्स हम जल्दी से जल्दी एक्सट्रैक्ट करके बेनिफिशियरी तक पहुंचा पाएंगे। सर ये एक सुझाव था थोड़ा।
अच्छा सुझाव है, इसको हम लोग
ये सुझाव एक्चुअली हमने जितने भी कोल फील्ड एरिया हैं मेजरली सभी में कोल रेल प्रोजेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए गए हैं इन कंसल्टेशन विद मिनिस्ट्री। वो पुरानी बात थी जब कि वो कोल ब्लॉक अलॉट हो गया और रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट नहीं थे। आज के दिन में सर हमारे मोस्ट ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट क्षेत्र में हम लोग कोल फील्ड में वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड रेल प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड इट इज़ बीइंग इम्प्लीमेंटेड एक्सपीडिशियसली।
ठीक, थैंक यू।
नमस्कार सर, मैं सुरेश चंद्र सुमन, डायरेक्टर माइनिंग NLC इंडिया लिमिटेड से सर। पॉलिसी रिलेटेड 2 इशूज हैं सर। एक है सर, विदित हो फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस सबसे बड़ा इशू है, कोई भी कोल माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट चालू करने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा समय लेता है और इसका अप्रूवल जो है सर फॉरेस्ट एडवाइजरी कमेटी करती है हेडेड बाय DG फॉरेस्ट। वहाँ पे सर यूजर एजेंसी का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो यूजर एजेंसी को भी अलाउ किया जाए कि जिस समय प्रपोजल के बारे में हियरिंग हो उस समय यूजर एजेंसी को भी सबमिट करने का मौका दिया जाए सर। ये एक इशू है। दूसरा है सर, माइनिंग प्लान का जब हम अप्रूवल कराते हैं तो जैसा NTPC के सज्जन ने बताया कि नॉन मिनरल बेयरिंग एरिया के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लीज देती नहीं है और हम माइनिंग प्लान के अप्रूवल के लिए जब हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल को अप्रोच करते हैं तो वो बोलते हैं कि लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से लेकर आओ। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट देती नहीं है और CBA एक्ट में ये प्रावधान है कि अगर कोई एरिया अगर कोल या कोल से रिलेटेड एक्टिविटी के लिए रिक्वायर्ड है ज़मीन तो CBA एक्ट में एक्विजिशन हो सकता है। तो लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट की फिर ज़रूरत क्या है, क्योंकि वो एरिया या तो हमारे पास कोल बियरिंग एरिया के बाहर का एरिया या तो OB डम के लिए लगेगा या रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए लगेगा या अदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए लगेगा, तो वो मुझे लगेगा ही सर, उसके बिना हम माइन चालू ही नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो अननेसेसरी ये डिले कर देता है पूरा प्रोसेस को सर। सो लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट का रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर माइनिंग प्लान नहीं होना चाहिए सर। और दूसरा है सर, CBA एक्ट में ये प्रोविजन मतलब अलाउ कर देना चाहिए कि वो लैंड CBA एक्ट के अंदर में मतलब हम एक्वायर कर सकें, तो ये लैंड जो अफेक्टेड फैमिली हैं दे आर ऑल्सो विलिंग कि वो उसको ले लीजिए तो हमारा समान रूप से हमारा कंपनसेशन मिलेगा, तो दे आर ऑल्सो विलिंग टू मीन्स शेयर द लैंड सर। दीज आर द 2 थिंग्स। थैंक यू सर।
Sir, with regard to this mining in non-mineralized area, sir, we are examining it. We will be incorporating such provision in the mining plan, sir.
Good evening. This is Rajan Saklani. I am representing Sonda Mining and Anjan Hill Mining. Sir, issues hain regarding Ministry of Environment and Forest. These are policy matters. One is, sir, broken forest. Broken forest, sir, Forest Act came in 1980, Forest Conservation Act. लेकिन उससे पहले जैसे बहुत सारे जो हमने जैसे माइंस ले रखी हैं उनमें 1923 से माइनिंग हो रहा है। अब जैसे जस्ट एक एग्जांपल के लिए किसी माइन में सपोज फॉरेस्ट लैंड वो गैजेट में नोटिफाइड है, इट्स अ प्रोटेक्टेड फॉरेस्ट, बट उसमें बिफोर 1980 फॉरेस्ट एक्ट पहले से कॉलोनी बना हुआ है, पहले से फॉरेस्ट हटा के उस पर अंडरग्राउंड माइनिंग हुआ है। बट आज अगर कोई भी एनी कोल इंडिया सब्सिडरीज दे वांट टू फर्दर डू सम माइनिंग वर्क, मे बी अंडरग्राउंड से ओपन कास्ट करना चाहता है, they have to go through complete forest diversion process which involves 3 years, minimum 3 years. So broken forest को सर इस कैटेगरी से हटा देना चाहिए. It should be, if they want, they can charge the NPV, but it should not be considered for the forest diversion proposal. It will save lot of time and बहुत सारी mines हमारी बहुत जल्दी operational हो जाएंगी सर. Second is again regarding with the forest clearance, एक किसी प्रोजेक्ट एरिया में सपोज 4 पैचेस हैं फॉरेस्ट के, तो उसमें unless until I take diversion for all the 4 पैचेस, मुझे ना तो एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस मिलेगा जब तक मैं स्टेज 1 सब 4 पैचेस का नहीं लेके आता हूँ, ना मैं किसी एक पैच पे काम कर सकता हूँ. तो MOF should allow us to take forest diversion for different patches. Maybe कोई पैच मैं 10 साल के बाद माइनिंग करने वहाँ पहुँचूँगा, बट मैं अभी से ले लूँ, it will unnecessarily stop the first patch for which I am ready. And third issue is, sir, regarding environment, MOF has linked environment with forest. Again, it's almost similar to the second issue. इसमें होता है क्या है सर कि जब तक मैं अगेन कि एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस मुझे पूरे एरिया का नहीं मिलेगा, मैं काम नहीं स्टार्ट कर सकता. और एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस तब तक नहीं मिलेगा जब तक वो 4 पैचेस का मैं फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस नहीं लेके आता हूँ. सो दे शुड बी डी-लिंक्ड. दैट्स द रिक्वेस्ट सर. थैंक यू.
Sir, myself Atul Dwivedi from TMC Mineral Resource.
एक मिनट रुक जाइए. हाँ,
अभी एक्चुअली जितने कुछ स्पीकर्स ने इश्यूज रेज किए हैं एनटीपीसी और कुछ लोगों ने, जिसमें से था कि एक इवैक्यूएशन प्लान का सबसे पहले इशू था कि MOEF सब्सिक्वेंटली डज नॉट अलाउ चेंजेस इन द इवैक्यूएशन प्लान. So and the second issue was that related to surface rights. So as regard that change in the evacuation plan, I just want to inform that whenever proposal is submitted in the ministry for grant of forest or environment clearance, so the evacuation plan which is provided to the ministry at the time of submission proposal, so that is kept in consideration by the concerned appraising body of the ministry, and accordingly conditions regarding the evacuation of coal or other mineral is stipulated. Subsequently, due to unforeseen circumstances, if the evacuation of mineral cannot happen as proposed in the proposal, there are options to get that condition amended, and it is being applied by the many agencies, and ministry considered such request favorably. So then one more issue was raised, that representation of user agency should be there in the meeting of advisory committee. So as far as representation of user agency is considered, so there is no bar or no restraint from the ministry to represent their case in the meeting of forest advisory committee, but keeping in view the fact that the proposal of diversion of forest land is submitted to the state government, and the concerned forest officers from the forest department, they have also examined the proposal in depth of the user agency, and they represent in the meeting of forest advisory committee the case of the user agency. So keeping in addition to that, the regional office of the ministry also conducts the inspections. So keeping in view their representation in the meeting, so generally the agency is not invited in the meeting, but as and when the committee feels that certain issues needs to be answered by the user agency only, they are invariably invited to the committee, to the meeting of the committee.
सर 2018 के पहले इट वाज ए कस्टमरी की यूजर एजेंसी को बुलाया जाता था, एंड अर्लियर फॉरेस्ट अप्रूवल प्रपोजल में हम लोगों ने रिप्रेजेंट किया है सर. और जो भी मतलब समीक्षाएं होती थी तो हम लोगों को एक रिप्लाई करने का मौका मिलता था. तो उससे क्या होता है कि 1.5 से 2 महीना का जो लग जाता है प्रपोजल को, फिर डीजी फॉरेस्ट के ऑफिस से मतलब डीएफओ तक पहुंचने में वो समय का सर मतलब बचत हो सकती है?
Actually, you are right. Earlier, this provision was there, but subsequently, with the introduction of new policies and new technological interventions, this customary tradition has now been limited to in special cases where the committee feels that agency should come and present this particular issue before the committee. Otherwise, the committee feel that they are satisfied whatever is being informed by the nodal officer of the state and the regional office. In that case, they generally don't invite the user agency to the committee. Reason for that, when the queries of the advisory committee are already been replied by the officers of the state and regional office of the ministry, giving consideration to this fact, agencies are not invited. But when these officers, they are not in a position to answer some technical questions which is required to be, which can be answered by the agency only, in that case, the committee invites the agency to the meeting. Other two queries were raised by one fellow from here regarding that broken up area involved in the lease. Actually, as far as broken up area involved in the lease are concerned, so all broken up area which have been broken prior to 1980 and they have been still used for the non-forestry purposes for the same purpose for which they were broken up prior to 1980, they are still allowed to be continued for their use for the same purpose. There is no requirement of obtaining approval under FC Act as long as they are used within for the same purpose for which they were allotted prior to 1980. Then second issue was raised regarding the linkage of EC and FC approvals. Actually, the process of grant of forest clearance is independent of grant of environment clearance. But the grant of EC is limited by the approval of EC, means it is linked to FC. So that linkage has not been done by the ministry. Actually, it has been done by the Supreme Court only. The Supreme Court in Lafarge judgment has said that if a project involves environment as well as forest clearance, then the order of priority should be that FC should be obtained first, then EC should be obtained. So now going by that spirit, direction of the Supreme Court only, that linkage is still persisting. And ministry is ensuring that compliance to avoid fait accompli situation subsequently. Thank you.
I have a submission, sir.
Please introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Rajan Saklani. I just raised these points, sir. I am representing Anjan Hill Mining and Sonda Hill Mining. For the second case, which you have given the reply for Supreme Court, we can still, sir, give the environment clearance for just one patch of the forest inside the mine lease area. So that at least that should be allowed so that production can start in that mine lease area. We should not wait for that I get the forest clearance for all the 3 patches. And regarding the first point also, the broken up area, you said that you are allowing the forest area, protected forest area, which was broken before 1980. But practically that is not the case, sir. Practically, whenever we submit a proposal, MOF is asking for the diversion of the prior 1980 broken forest area also. There are many examples, sir, for Coal India subsidiaries where they have asked. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I think there is no question of asking for diversion order which was given prior to 1980, since Act itself came into force from 1980 onwards only. So whatever diversion was allowed, that might have been allowed by the state government by an executive order of the state only. So as far as that insisting for diversion of entire forest land in a mining lease is concerned, or insist for the purpose of FC or EC is concerned, actually this understanding has been evolved in light of various directions given by the Supreme Court in various courts order. Like one common was in common cause judgment, wherein Supreme Court, based on the recommendation of CEC, has categorically mentioned such directions. Then in Goa Foundation also such directions have been issued to avoid fait accompli situations. The area involved in the lease and whatever is there in the mining plan, that should be necessarily the same. So going by all this direction over the period of time, this understanding has been developed and ministry has come to this present day of guidelines which are existing today, just to ensure that the proposals which are submitted for a particular mining lease, they are examined in a holistic manner by the ministry. And in case the approval is required to be obtained or mining is to be carried out in phase-wise manner, so for that ministry can take view in the matter. It is open for further deliberation, but this is the situation as for now. So as and when if such request came, the ministry may deliberate on it further. Thank you.
गुड इवनिंग सर, नमस्कार सर। मैं IMA कंसोर्शियम को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग माइन का एक BCCL के द्वारा टेंडर अवार्ड किया गया है। BCCL और ECL में रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग के करीब 18-19 माइंस को अलॉट किया गया है और सभी माइंस में एक क्लस्टर सिस्टम से EC ग्रांट हुआ है। उसके चलते सभी माइन में कुछ न कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। माइंस का एक माइंस MDO के अवार्ड किया गया, दूसरे माइंस दूसरे MDO के अवार्ड किया गया, तीसरा माइन डिपार्टमेंटल चल रहा है और उसके चलते EC का रिवीजन के लिए EC का अप्लाई नहीं कर पा रहे। पिछले 1 साल से हम लोग लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एप्लीकेशन कुछ न कुछ कारण से रिजेक्ट हो जा रहा है। इसके लिए मेरा सुझाव रहेगा कि जिस माइन को क्लस्टर के लिए एक इंडिविजुअल MDO को दिया जा रहा है, उसको क्लस्टर से अलग करके उसका EC वैलिड रहे और वो काम करते हुए अपना EC को रिवाइज कर दे। दूसरा सजेशन था सर, एक NIT जो रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग माइन का आया है, उसमें आया है कि जो माइंस रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग को अलॉट MDO को अलॉट हो जाएगा, माइन प्लान पास हो जाएगा तो उसका ओनरशिप MDO को दे दिया जाएगा। लेकिन अभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम DGMS से आ रहा है कि उसके ये ECL बोर्ड 1-2 माइन को पास कर दिया है कि वो MDO को दे दिया, मैंने MDO के ओनर को ऑथराइज किया जाए, लेकिन उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है। तीसरी एक इशू आ रही है कि 1922 में जब रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग मॉडल का उद्घाटन माननीय मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी ने किया था, तो उस समय कुछ क्वेश्चन रेज हुआ था, तो उसमें बोल दिया गया, बताया था कि GST वगैरह का जो इशू अभी आ रहा है कि GST काट के मिलेगा, तो उस समय इशू आया था कि डायरेक्ट अगेंस्ट BG डायरेक्ट पेमेंट MDO को कर दिया जाए और ये जो कोल कंपनी है वो अपना हिस्सा BG से अगर नहीं लौटाती, MDO नहीं देती है, तो BG से रिकवर कर लिया जाए। तो उस इशू को भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर देने से MDO लोगों को आसानी होगी और भी GST का जो इशू रेज हो रहा है उसमें आसानी आएगी। थैंक यू सर।
नमस्कार सर, मनोज कुमार, CMD CMPDI। आज मंत्री महोदय ने मन की बात करने के लिए कहा, तो हो सकता है कि कुछ ज़्यादा बोलूँगा। 3 ही चीज़ हैं, जब से हम ज्वाइन किए हैं एज MT और आज तक सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस सेमिनार अटेंड करते रहे और 30 साल में सिर्फ 3 ही चीज़ चर्निंग हो रही है, लैंड ECFC। माइनिंग के लिए 3 ही चीज़ की चर्निंग हो रही है, लैंड ECFC। तो मैं फॉरेस्ट से शुरू करता हूँ कि एक बेसिक प्रिंसिपल है, कोल इज़ मेड इन बिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स एंड फॉरेस्ट कैन बी क्रिएटेड इन 30, 40 और 50 ईयर्स। पहले कुछ साल पहले गो नो गो वायलेट नॉन वायलेट एरिया की डेफिनेशन कुछ हुई थी, लेकिन अभी पता नहीं है कि नहीं है। मेरा कहना इतना ही है कि अगर पहले से ही डिक्लेयर हो जाए व्हाट इज़ गो एरिया नो गो एरिया, तो हम नो गो एरिया में ना एक्सप्लोरेशन करेंगे, ना माइन प्लान करेंगे, कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, और गो एरिया में जा रहे हैं तो मीन्स स्टेज 1 इज़ क्लियर्ड, इन प्रिंसिपल हम वहाँ काम कर सकते हैं। और उसके बाद स्टेज 2 में जो भी हमारे वो देने हैं कंपनसेशन, पेड़ गिनने हैं, वो सब प्रक्रिया रहेंगी, वो कर दी जाएंगी। बेसिक चीज़ है कि कोल इज साइट स्पेसिफिक, फॉरेस्ट कैन बी ट्रांसफर्ड। सेकेंड, इसको इतना ही शॉर्ट में रखते हैं सर। सेकेंड है लैंड एक्विजिशन। एक ही चीज़ है कि हम लोग बिजनेस एंटिटी हैं, टेक्निकल लोग हैं, सारे काम करते हैं, लेकिन शायद 50 to 60% एनर्जी लैंड एक्विजिशन में निकल जाती है। सिर्फ एक बात है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को हम इतना पूरा रॉयल्टी है और सारा उनको भी बढ़ेगा पैसा, तो इट शुड बी द लीगल ऑब्लिगेशन टू गिव द फिजिकल पोजेशन ऑफ लैंड टू द कंपनी। हमको हमारा कंपनसेशन बता दें, जो है हम सब देने को तैयार है, बट पोजेशन का लीगल ऑब्लिगेशन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का होना चाहिए। थर्ड इज ईसी। अगर मैं पिछले 30-40 साल में जितनी भी ईसी मिली हैं, अगर मैं ये देखना चाहूँ तो ऑलमोस्ट सारी कंडीशन सेम है। स्पेसिफिक कंडीशन कुछ अलग हो सकती है, माइन स्पेसिफिक। मुझे नहीं मालूम आईपीसी है, मैं कहीं कोई गुनाह करता हूँ तो पुलिस वाला पकड़ के ले जाता है मुझको। ऐसे ही स्टैंडर्ड जेनरिक टॉर बनाया है, तो जेनरिक कंडीशन और सारे ईसी के क्यों नहीं बन सकते? स्टेट पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड आज भी हमारा इंस्पेक्शन करता है, तब भी करेगा। हमको कोई ईसी लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमारे सारे नियम कानून लिखे हुए हैं, इन्फॉर्म करेंगे। और स्टेट पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड तब भी इंस्पेक्शन करेगा, कोई गलती करेंगे तो पकड़ के ले जाएगा। कहाँ मना कर रहे हैं सर इस बात को? दीज आर द 3 सबमिशन फ्रॉम माई साइड।
Sir, myself, Atul Dwivedi.
गुड इवनिंग सर, दिस इज बिमल फ्रॉम एसएल माइनिंग। सर मेरा 2 सुझाव पॉलिसी रिलेटेड इसी के लिए है, 2 फॉरेस्ट के लिए है सर। इसी के लिए सर जो सर्कुलर गाइड करता है उसमें 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अगर प्रोजेक्ट आते हैं 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पब्लिक हियरिंग करना है। तो ये कोई सेंसिबल अब दिखता नहीं है कि प्रोजेक्ट में अगर पब्लिक हियरिंग होना है तो 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए 2 पब्लिक हियरिंग क्यों किया जाए? तो एक पब्लिक हियरिंग में हम लोग सफिशेंटली एड्रेस उसको कर सकते हैं, तो उसको एक रखने से बेटर होगा सर, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, हमारी जो इसी का प्रोसेस स्टार्ट होता है, हमको टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस के लिए अप्लाई करना है विथ प्री फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट एंड फॉर्म 1 हमको प्रेजेंट करना है ईसी कमेटी में। टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस मिलता है, उसके बाद हम लोग बेसलाइन डाटा जनरेट करते हैं, स्टडीज कंप्लीट करते हैं, इसी के लिए अप्लाई करते हैं। आज की डेट पे हमको टर्म्स ऑफ कंडीशन सारी चीज़ पता है, तो हमको मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट, मॉडल कोड ऑफ टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस देके ये टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस लेने का प्रोसेस को ख़त्म कर दिया जाए सर। जिसकी कोल ब्लॉक है उसको डायरेक्टली उसको बेसलाइन डाटा जनरेट करके उसको पब्लिक हियरिंग कंप्लीट करके सर उसको इसी EIAMP डॉक्यूमेंट MOF को सबमिट करें, उसका प्रेजेंटेशन से उसको, सो दैट हम लोग का बहुत सारी टाइम सेविंग हो पाएगा अगर हम लोग टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस लेने के लिए प्रोसेस को क्लोज कर दे सर। तो एटलीस्ट प्रोजेक्ट प्रोपोनेंट को कम से कम 3-4 मंथ्स की टाइम की बेनिफिट होगा। दिस इज रिगार्डिंग सर फॉरेस्ट सर। आज की डेट में हम लोग फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस अगर लेते हैं उसमें स्टेज 1 में एक कंप्लायंस कंडीशन है, जो भी CA लैंड हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं तो उसका हमको म्यूटेशन करना है और उसको नोटिफाई करना है आज प्रोटेक्टेड फॉरेस्ट और रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट इन गेजेट नोटिफिकेशन। तो एक बार म्यूटेशन सर हो गया है तो हमको ये कंडीशंस रखना मुझे लगता है कि सर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा हो रहा है, बहुत टाइम टेकिंग कंज्यूम हो रहा है। तो इसकी जो नोटिफिकेशन जो करना है PF और RF को, उसको हम लोग ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए सर, म्यूटेशन तक रख सकते हैं हम लोग, सो दैट एटलीस्ट कंप्लायंस कंडीशन की जो सबसे जो लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम लेता है दैट इज गेजेट नोटिफिकेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्टेड फॉरेस्ट एंड रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट सर बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। सेकेंड चीज़ है सर, जब हमारी अभी माइनिंग प्लान की जो सर्कुलर अभी निकला MOC से, उसमें थोड़ा बहुत फ्रीडम दिया है कि हम प्रोजेक्ट का लैंड यूज कैसे करेंगे, लेकिन MOEF से वो फ्रीडम अभी नहीं है सर। एक बार हमको फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस मिल गया है, वो जो लैंड यूज को हमको थोड़ा सा प्रोजेक्ट प्रोपोनेंट को थोड़ा छोड़ देना चाहिए, वो लैंड को कैसे यूज करेगा। क्योंकि बिगिनिंग में जब माइन प्लान की जब बनती है उसमें सारी प्लानिंग उस टाइम में नहीं हो पाता है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिंग सारी माइक्रो लेवल में नहीं हो पाता है, तो एक्चुअली जो एग्जीक्यूशन के टाइम में बहुत सारी चेंजेस होता है लैंड यूज में। तो लैंड यूज को जब हम चेंज करते हैं तब फिर हमको हर बार डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्टेट फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से हमको उसको अप्रूवल लेना पड़ता है कि सबमिशन करना पड़ता है। आई थिंक मेरा वही 4 सुझाव है, अगर उसको किया जाएगा मुझे लगता है कि हमको थोड़ा सा प्रोजेक्ट प्रोपोनेंट को सहूलियत होगा।
Okay, thank you. We'll take one question from that corner, the person, gentleman who was sitting there, and we'll take inputs from MOEF, and then we'll, because of shortage of time, we'll close the session. Sir.
सर मेरा नाम अतुल द्विवेदी है, मैं TMC मिनरल रिसोर्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ एंड तलचेर कोयलरी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को। मैं भी जैसा मंत्री जी ने कहा, मैं भी कुछ अपने मन की बात कहना चाहता हूँ। पूरे फोरम में बहुत सारे डिस्कशन EC, FC, लैंड एंड बहुत सारी चीज़ों के हो रहे हैं, बट हमने जैसा सुन रखा है कि CIL का फोकस है कि अंडरग्राउंड कोल माइनिंग को और फर्दर प्रमोट करना है और हमें 100 मिलियन प्लस करना है अंडरग्राउंड कोल माइनिंग से। उस डायरेक्शन में हमारा रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि 1-2 पॉलिसीज़ पे हम आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे कि अंडरग्राउंड के बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं कोल इंडिया के और ऐसे बहुत सारी माइंसेस हैं जहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट हो चुके हैं, डिपिलरिंग पेंडिंग है, जिसके लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ की ज़रूरत है। जैसा पेस्ट फील्ड टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसके थ्रू हम जहाँ पे भी सरफेस में स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं या रेलवेज है, रोड है, उसके नीचे का भी कोल निकाल सकते हैं। तो हमारा रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को थोड़ा प्रमोशनल स्कीम्स कुछ लेके आना चाहिए, चाहे टैक्स रिलीफ रिलेटेड हो या कैसा भी करके, सो दैट कि वो कोल भी निकाला जा सके। दूसरा, जिस तरीके से CIL का फोकस है अंडरग्राउंड कोल माइनिंग को बढ़ाने के लिए, तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट ये है सभी सब्सिडरी से कि सभी सब्सिडरीज़ में यदि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस खोले जाएंगे तो अच्छे वर्कर, स्किल्ड वर्कर्स तैयार हो पाएंगे और हम इस जर्नी को बहुत जल्दी 100 मिलियन के रेस में दौड़ पाएंगे और अचीव कर पाएंगे। तो ये दो मेरे सजेशन हैं फॉर CIL एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल।
थैंक यू प्लीज। थैंक यू। MOEF से कुछ इनपुट देना चाहते हैं तो बता दें।
वन लास्ट प्लीज। वन लास्ट प्लीज। मैं SR मिश्रा मोंटी कार्लो से हूँ। मैं माइनिंग इंजीनियर हूँ सर। आजकल इंडिया में हम लोग 1000 टन मिलियन टन कोयला हर साल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। अगर सिमिलर गति से हम लोग प्रोड्यूस करते रहेंगे तो इतना रिजर्व है कि 100 साल से ज़्यादा कोयला प्रोड्यूस होता रहेगा हमारा। लेकिन फिर भी ये क्या कारण है कि हम लोग हर साल इतना कम कोयला पड़ जाता है कि 100 से 150 मिलियन टन कोयला इंपोर्ट करना पड़ जाता है। उसका मात्र एक ही कारण है कि हम लोग को परमिशन नहीं मिल पाती है। परमिशन क्या है? लैंड का, फॉरेस्ट का और एनवायरनमेंट का। और ये डिपार्टमेंट ऐसे लगते हैं, हम लोग जब परमिशन लेने जाते हैं लगता खदान तो इंडिया की है, परमिशन देने वाला पाकिस्तान और चाइना है। और इसका सलूशन एक ही है सर। ये बहुत सक्षम डेस्क बैठी हुई आज, ऐसे कॉम्पिटेंट डेस्क होना मुश्किल है। इसका सलूशन एक ही है कि जो मंत्री बने वो तीनों डिपार्टमेंट के एक ही मंत्री हो, एक ही सेक्रेटरी हो। और अगर ये नहीं हो सकता है तो कम से कम तीनों डिपार्टमेंट के मंत्री, सेक्रेटरी महोदय हफ्ते में एक बार बैठ के चाय पिए साथ में बैठकर, तो इसका सलूशन निकल जाएगा साहब। धन्यवाद सर।
रेगुलरली हमारा मीटिंग्स होते रहते हैं सेक्रेटरी लेवल पे, रेलवेज हो, पावर हो, एनवायरनमेंट हो, कंटिन्यूएशन प्रोसेस है। ऐसी मिनिस्टर्स का भी शुरू करेंगे, मिनिस्टर्स की भी होती है। रेगुलरली हमारा टीम मीटिंग्स होते रहते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
MOEF कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
सर एक्चुअली अभी एक्चुअली 2-3 क्वेश्चंस इधर से आए थे। पहला सर ने बोला था कि फॉरेस्ट कैन बी क्रिएटेड इन 30 to 40 years बट कोल इज क्रिएटेड इन बिलियन ईयर्स। सो सर एक्चुअली आई वांट टू ऐड वन मोर लाइन देयर सर कि फॉरेस्ट आर created in millions of years. If coal is created in billion of years, only plantations can be created in 30 to 40 years, sir. Actually, the forest with the climatic climax species, it also takes billion of years to reach that stage, sir. Second issue, sir, sir has raised to optimization of EC conditions and conducting public hearing for one public hearing for 2 districts. And the standardization or doing away with the requirement of TOR, sir. Actually, sir, there's the conducting of public hearing and doing away with the TOR. Actually, they are wider issue. They are broader issue. Need wider consultations, as they are governed by the EIA 2006 notification, which is issued by notified by the Ministry under EP Protection Act. So I think if some representations comes from the ministry can start further public consultations and deliberations to go for such suggestions, sir. And one issue was raised regarding mutation notification and its subsequent notification under as RF or PF. I admit, sir, that notifying a forest land as a reserve forest takes more time. It takes time in months, 7, 9 or sometime years together. So taking note of that fact, sir, we have now provided that such lands which are being offered by the agency after their transfer and mutations, instead of notifying them as RF, they can be directly notified as PF under section 29, which is relatively simpler process. And it, of course, user agency has no role to play in that. It's state government who has to notify it. So just to sensitize the states that they are actively pursuing all the pending compliances of the proposals. We have also taken proactive measures from the ministry in the form of interministerial committee which meets on monthly basis under the chairmanship of DGF and SS, where all such pending and stall issues are reviewed and possible resolutions of there are explored. Similarly, at each regional offices, we have constituted a committee which is known by the fortnightly review and coordination committee meetings, wherein that nodal officer of the state has also been made a member. So agencies, issues which are pending with the state's government, they can be brought to that forum, and regional office is regularly reviewing these issues, and if such issues, if they are not resolved by the regional office, they are brought to the notice of ministry, where DG sir, our DG, in the meeting of interministerial committee, they personally look into those issues and review those issues for their possible resolutions. So that's all I just want to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other issue, I would request all the proponents to please mail it to CIL so that it can be collectively gathered and analyzed for implementation, because all the provisions are intertwined, and unless you make a holistic examination, CIL needs to do that if any changes are to be made. So please make your suggestions and send it to CIL so that it can be taken up by CIL. Thank you.
So would you like to say a few words? ठीक है सर. We now move on to the next event. I got awards for Ministry of Coal. I got awards for Ministry of Mines. I would request all the awardees to please line up. To begin with, we have winners from Geological Survey of India. Shri Pappu Bhome, chemist, who has completed 258 hours. Sir, he has been awarded for completing a course of 258 hours. Srimati Aji Thomas, assistant from Geological Survey of India, for completing course for 225 hours. Dr. Gyanesh Lashkari, Director Geophysics, for completing 188 courses. Shri Binu Varghese Thomas, Superintending Geologist, for completing 156 courses. Srimati Laika Sultana, Multitasking Staff, for completing 131 courses. Srimati Julie Jaiswal, Geologist, for completing 101 courses. Srimati Julie Jaiswal, Geologist, for completing 101 courses. Shri Manoj Kumar Meena, Driver, for completing 109 courses. Shri Srinivas Rao, Senior Chemist, for completing 113 courses. From Indian Bureau of Mines, we have Shri Rudra Mishra, Regional Mining Geologist, for completing 185 courses. Shri Jagdish Aharwar, Senior Private Secretary, for completing 161 courses. From Hindustan Copper Limited, we have Ms. Suman Verma, Assistant General Manager, Finance, for completing 166 courses. Dr. Ramesh Dagar, Assistant Medical Superintendent, for completing 138 courses. Shri Hasrat Hussain, Junior Stenographer, for completing 128 courses. Srimati Julie Jaiswal from Geological Survey of India, Geologist, for completing 101 courses. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to all the awardees. We now move on to Swachhata. Awards. I would request all the awardees to please line up. Winning the first prize, we have NLCIL. Please give a big round of applause. Winning the second prize, we have Northern Coalfields Limited. Winning the third prize, we have Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations to all the awardees. We now move on to the launch of Coal Directory. I would request Shri Sajeesh Kumar, CCO, to please say a few words about the directory.
Good evening all, and good evening all the dignitaries on the dais. Sir, next is actually the release of Coal Directory 2023-24. The Coal Directory is an annual publication of Coal Control Organization, providing a comprehensive overview of coal sector's performance and key statistics. This document serves as a vital tool for the researchers, policymakers, and industry stakeholders. The Coal Directory mainly comprises the data on the reserves, production figures, dispatch, stock, import, and export statistics, and other information about the coal mines. Previously, this used to be published during. So this will be available at the website of the MOC and the Call Control Organization after the release. And we welcome any suggestions for improving the contents and the presentation of call directory. So you're all welcome to actually give the suggestions.
We now move on to the last event of the evening, Star Rating Award Ceremony. I would again request Shri Sajeesh Kumar, CCO, to kindly say a few words.
Yeah, there's a video. So there's a small video, sir. A few words about the star rating. In order to foster the competitiveness among the mines and recognize their outstanding performance, the Ministry of Coal carries out star rating for all the operational mines. In addition to the operational and the efficiency parameters, star rating also takes care of environmental and the sustainability parameters. Performance is normally self-reported by the mine owners in the star rating portal, which is further validated by the Call Control Organization. And star rating for the financial year 2022-23 was carried out during June 2023 to February 2024, and the final result was declared by the Ministry and CCO in April 2024. In 2022-23, 380 mines participated for star rating, in which 43 mines were awarded 5-star rating. It is interesting to note that in comparison to 2021-22, 39 new mines participated for star rating, 138 mines upgraded their rating, and 83 mines received downgraded rating. So congratulations to all, and I request all of you to actually improve your rating when you come for the next time, and wish you all the best. And there's a 2-minute video regarding the call rating, and I would request now the video to be played.
The star rating policy was introduced in all the producing underground, open cast and mixed coal and lignite mines of India in letter and spirit since its inception in the year 2019. Various factors consisting of 7 modules with 51 evaluation parameters of open cast mines and 45 for underground mines to identify the best performers in terms of adoption of best practices, economic performance, safety, environment, rehabilitation of project-affected families, welfare of workers, etc. by a system of self-evaluation and subsequent validation by Coal Controllers Organization is being fully implemented in all the producing coal and lignite mines since then. Participation in star rating process resulted in a substantial improvement in the evaluation parameters and documentation methodology, as well as increase in awareness about the deficiencies and areas of concern for improvement in each participating mine. There is a significant improvement in the number of mines obtaining 5-star rating since the inception of star rating in coal and lignite mines of India. In the year 2018 to 2019, 8 mines. 2019 to 2020, 16 mines. 2020 to 21, 20 mines. 2021-22, 16 mines. And in 2022-23, 43 mines have obtained 5-star rating throughout the country. This year also, a total of 383 coal and lignite mines across India have participated in the star rating process.
Moving towards the award ceremony, I would request all area GMs and director CMDs to please come up on the stage as and when your award is announced. I would request Honorable Minister Shri G. Kishan Reddy sir to present the first, second and third awards in the open cast category for the year 2022-23 to the 5-star rated mines. Winning the first prize, we have Krishnashila OC Mine of NCL. I would request representatives from NCL and Krishnashila OC Mine to please come up on the stage. Winning the second prize, we have Barsinger Lignite Mine of NLCIL. Winning the second prize, we have Barsinger Lignite Mine of NLCIL. हाँ सर जाओ। Winning the third prize, we have Jayant OCP, Jhingurda, Kulda Open Cast Project. May I request representatives from NCL, MCL, Jayant OCP, Jhingurda and Kulda Open Cast. Jhingurda Open Cast Mine of NCL, winning the third prize. Kulda Open Cast Project of Mahanadi Coalfields, winning the third prize. ठीक है। Many congratulations to everyone and thanking the Honorable Minister. We would now move on to the underground category for the year 2022-23. Winning the first prize, we have Haldibadi UG Mine of SECL. Once again, winning the first prize, we have Orient Mine number 1 and 2 and Hirakhand Bundia Mine of Mahanadi Coalfields. Winning the second prize, we have Bhatgaon Colliery of SECL. Winning the second prize, we have Bhatgaon Colliery of SECL. Winning the third prize, we have Munidi from BCCL. Please give a round of applause to all our winners today. Once again, winning the third prize, we have Chhatarpur 1 Mine of WCL. Winning the third prize, we have Jamdoba Colliery from TSL. Many congratulations to everyone and once again thanking the Honorable Minister. अब मैं निवेदन करती हूँ माननीय राज्य मंत्री श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे जी से कि वे वर्ष 2022-23 के लिए अचीवर्स को सम्मानित करें. To begin with, in the underground category, we have Jhanjra Project Colliery from ECL. Kheraha Underground Mine of SECL. Sijua Colliery from TSL. We now move on to the open cast category. Gevra open cast mine from SECL. Please give a round of applause, everyone, for all the winners. Dulanga Coal Mining Project from NTPC Limited. Niveli Lignite Mine 1A from NLCIL. मनोहरपुर निकाले थे, मनोहरपुर। Manoharpur coal mine from OCPL. From Northern Coalfields, we have Khadia project. Once again from Northern Coalfields, we have Block B OCP. Once again from NCL, we have Dudi Chua. Next we have Parsa East and Kantabasan open cast coal mine from PKCL. Next we have Amlori open cast project from Northern Coalfields Limited. Next we have Ashok OCP from Central Coalfields Limited. Next we have Talaipalli coal mining project from NTPC Limited. Next up we have Birsa project from CCL. Next we have Dinesh Makar Dhokra 3 from WCL. Nigahi OCP from Northern Coalfields Limited. Kapurdi lignite mine of BLMCL. Next we have Makar Dhokra 1 OCM from WCL. Lignite Mine 1 from NLCIL. Lakhanpur Open Cast Project from MCL. Amrapali OCP from CCL. Balram OCP from MCL. Sir Singrani. Talabira 2 and 3 OCP NLCIL. Sonpur Bazari Open Cast Mine from ECL. Bina Open Cast from NCL. Gari Palma 4-1 coal mine from JPL. Jagannath Open Cast Project from MCL. Magad OCP from CCL. धन्यवाद सर और सभी विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. I would once again request Honorable Minister Sir to present the award to SCCL for the year 2022-23 to the 5-star rated mines. To begin with, from Singareni, we have Ramagundam OC1, Expansion Phase 2. Please give a round of applause, everyone. Next, we have Jawahar Khani OC5 from Singareni. Thank you so much, sir. Many congratulations to all the awardees today. I would request a respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, to please grace the stage with his kind words.
Honorable Minister for Coal and Mines, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Garuji, Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, Chairman Coal India Limited, my colleagues on the dais, Chairman of NLC subsidiaries, colleague officers, and most importantly, the purpose for today's workshop, all the CEO and representatives of MDOs. We've had, sir, a very enriching session based on your initiative and your thought process of having an extensive stakeholder consultation with MDOs to ascertain from them firsthand their issues, the bottlenecks which they face in operations, and a variety of factors which affect the smooth rollout of the MDO process. Sir, to my mind, the 4 working groups which were set up had a very, very collaborative style of functioning, where we had the Coal India perspective or the subsidiaries perspective, we had the ministry's perspective, and we, most importantly, had the MDO's perspective, sir. So the final outcomes in terms of the recommendations of these 4 working groups have come out in a very crisp and a very precise fashion, identifying the issues across 4 different functional areas and also giving suggestions on the way forward. So to my mind, the entire framework of problem solving can be divided into 3 broad categories. One, sir, is the process improvement in terms of the internal stakeholders, which would essentially mean the PSUs and the subsidiaries and the process refinements which are required within our system in the Ministry of Coal, whatever comes within us. More importantly, sir, as you have heard very extensively by all the MDO representatives, a lot of issues with Ministry of Environment and Forests and Ministry of Railways are the ones where again the processes will have to be refined continuously, sir, in a consultative manner with the respective ministries. The third takeaway from this entire discussion is, sir, there seems to be a sense among the MDOs that there is a lack of clarity in the drawing up, the interpretation, and the execution of contracts. So, end to end, sir, the entire contract management system has to be seen very minutely to iron out the difficulties which the MDOs are facing. The specificity in contracts in terms of how precise the individual clauses, the definitions, and other operational issues can be made has to be, sir, looked at within a time frame. So under your guidance and leadership, sir, and the advice which we will seek from you on how to move forward, these are the issues, sir, where our entire machinery led by Coal India Limited, which has the necessary expertise, has to sit down on these issues in a time-bound fashion, again going through another round of consultative stakeholder consultation if necessary to iron out these issues. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence, the time you have taken out, your guidance. I would also like to thank MOS, who has been patient enough to sit through the entire deliberations. I personally, on my first day after taking over as Coal Secretary, have been greatly enriched by these deliberations, and we work together with a shared commitment that we will resolve these issues going forward consultatively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request our guest of honor, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, Minister of State for Coal and Mines, to please say a few words.
आदरणीय श्री जी कृष्ण रेड्डी जी, माननीय मंत्री भारत सरकार, कोल सचिव विक्रम देवदत्त जी, श्रीमती विस्मिता तेज अतिरिक्त सचिव, श्रीमती रुपिंदर बरार अतिरिक्त सचिव, श्री PM प्रसाद जी, कोल चेयरमैन, कोल इंडिया, तमाम यहाँ बैठे CMD, के पदाधिकारीगण और तमाम विजेता गण, आज का दिन हमारे लिए यह बैठक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। MDO के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे आप सभी भारत के लोगों के जीवन में गुणवत्ता लाने का महत्वपूर्ण कार्य कर सकते हैं। कोयला खान के लिए स्टार रेटिंग पुरस्कार समारोह हमें वही रास्ता दिखाता है जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकसित भारत 2047 के संकल्प को सिद्धि तक ले जाएगा। कोयला खनन के क्षेत्र में आप सबसे प्रमुख भागीदार हैं। हमारी सरकार, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस मंत्र पर चलती है जिसके अंतर्गत सरकार का काम एक रेगुलेटर एवं फैसिलिटेटर का हो। आप अपना काम करें, सरकार जनहित में जो भी फैसला लेने पड़ेंगे वो लेगी। MDO से हम कोयला खनन क्षेत्र का स्वरूप बदलना चाहते हैं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के देश में चौमुखी विकास के बारे में सोचते हैं, इसी तरह आपको भी सिर्फ खनन के विषय में नहीं सोचना है, बल्कि इसके कारण और प्रभाव को ध्यान में रखना है। आपको बहुत सारे काम करने हैं, आपका कार्य क्षेत्र व्यापक है। आपको खनन तो करना ही है, देश की आयात बिल को घटाना है, साथ ही साथ आपको पर्यावरण का भी ध्यान रखना है। मानव अधिकारों की पूरी तरह सुरक्षा करनी है और उनको प्रोत्साहन देना है। जिम्मेदार और सर्वोत्तम खनन आपका लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। एक मजबूत आत्मनिर्भर कोयला क्षेत्र सरकार और निजी क्षेत्र दोनों की जिम्मेदारी है। कोयला खानों की लिए स्टार रेटिंग यह बताता है कि भारत सरकार पर्यावरण को लेकर कितनी जागरूक है। साथ ही जिम्मेदारी के साथ खनन हमारी जो प्रतिज्ञा है, उसका देश की मिट्टी और उसी मिट्टी से अपनी रोजी रोटी काम कर रहे लोग दूरगामी प्रभाव पड़ता है। खनन क्षेत्र में काम करने हेतु ये दो पूर्व शर्तें मानी जा सकती है। इसलिए सारे कोयला खान पर्यावरण और सुरक्षा मानकों का ध्यान रखें और इसके लिए एक दूसरे के नए तकनीकी और काम करने की उन्नत तरीके सीखें। उत्पादन और पर्यावरण हमारे लिए एक गाड़ी के दो पहिए हैं और इन्हें साथ साथ चलना है। पुरस्कार समारोह में सभी के लिए आत्मनिरीक्षण का एक अवसर होता है। हमारी सरकार सतत और जिम्मेदारी खनन प्रथाओं को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्टार रेटिंग प्रणाली भारत सरकार की नीति का एक ऐसा अंग है जिसके अंतर्गत हम आर्थिक विकास और पर्यावरण दोनों को ही बराबर का महत्व देते हैं। कोयला खनन क्षेत्र कई चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहा है, लेकिन इन चुनौतियों के भीतर नवाचार और प्रगति के अवसर भी हैं। यह देखकर हर्ष होता है कई कोयला खानों के उन्नत तकनीकों को अपनाया और पर्यावरण और अपने कार्यबल को हर स्तर पर पहली प्राथमिकता दी है। मैं सभी पुरस्कार विजेताओं को दिल से बधाई देता हूं। कोयला खनन में आपका इतना सुंदर काम एक स्वस्थ आर्थिक गतिविधि है। आइए हम और आप मिलकर एक कोयला उद्योग बनाएं जो देश को आर्थिक प्रगति के मार्ग पर भी ले जाए और इनकी अनादिकाल से पर्यावरण के लिए जो श्रद्धा है उसमें भी मिसाल बने। यहाँ भी यह उल्लेखनीय है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में अप्रैल 2016 से मनाया जा रहा स्वच्छता पखवाड़ा कोयला मंत्रालय से भी बड़े जोर शोर से विभिन्न कार्यक्रम के द्वारा मनाया गया है। जितने भी अधनिष्ठ और स्वायत्त संस्था हैं, उनके साथ साथ पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग ने भी इन कार्यक्रमों में भागीदारी और लगभग 44,000 पेड़ पौधे लगाए गए हैं। गांव, स्कूल, कॉलेज, अस्पताल इत्यादि जगहों पर स्वच्छता के संबंध में जागरूकता अभियान चला। प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग आदि के बारे में बात की गई और लोगों को जानकारी दी गई है। लोगों को इन अभियान में से एक बड़े और प्रभावी रूप से जोड़ने के लिए स्वच्छता पखवाड़ा पुरस्कार की स्थापना भी की गई और उनमें विभिन्न संस्थाओं ने अलग अलग पुरस्कार प्राप्त किया है। सभी विजेताओं को हार्दिक बधाई। सभी कोल कंपनी ऐसे ही स्वच्छता के मानदंडों को पालन करें। कोल डायरेक्टरी 2023-24 कोयला क्षेत्र में एक वार्षिक रिपोर्ट है। यह मुख्य रूप से कोयला और लिग्नाइट उत्पादन, कोयला स्टॉक, आयात निर्यात स्टार रेटिंग इत्यादि पर डेटा को सम्मानित करता है। यह निसंदेह उद्योग में शोधकर्ताओं, नीति निर्माताओं, हितधारकों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण संस्थान के रूप में कार्य करेगा। मेरा मानना है यह प्रकाशन बेहद मूल्यवान होगा और मैं इस प्रकाशन को सफल बनाने में विभिन्न संस्थाओं और विभागों को उनके कार्यों के लिए बधाई देता हूं। मिशन कर्मयोगी हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अद्भुत परिकल्पना का परिणाम है। सारे कर्मचारी और उनकी क्षमता के शीर्ष अनुभव सुनिश्चित हुआ है। खुशी की बात यह है कि लगभग सारे विभाग काफी उत्साह से इसे अमल में भी ला रहे हैं। लगभग 45 लाख कर्मयोगी बनने वाले 1 लाख से भी ज्यादा सर्टिफिकेट जारी हुए हैं। आई गॉट्स की काफी विस्तृत, इंट्रिकेटिव एवं उपयोगी कोयला मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत इनमें से काफी अच्छा काम करने वाले कर्मयोगियों को पुरस्कार देते हुए आज हर्ष का अनुभव कर रहा हूं। आशा है कि यह संख्या अगले वर्ष और बढ़ेगी। सभी विजेताओं को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं और बधाई मैं देता हूं। आप सब लोगों के माध्यम से आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने में आप सब लोगों की सहयोग अपेक्षित है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सोच है कि 2047 तक भारत का हर व्यक्ति आत्मनिर्भर बने और साथ साथ जब आज़ादी का हम 100वां वर्ष मनाएं तो भारत विश्व का सबसे मजबूत देश बने। इसी शब्दों के साथ आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपके प्रेरक शब्दों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। नाउ आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट आवर चीफ गेस्ट श्री जी किशन रेड्डी सर, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कोल एंड माइंस, टू ग्रेस द स्टेज विद हिज वर्ड्स।
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कोल मिनिस्ट्री में मेरा साथी मंत्री भाई सतीश चंद्र दुबे जी, आज ही लगभग 1 बजे कोल सेक्रेटरी के नाते चार्ज लेके जिम्मेदारी संभालने वाले पहला दिन ही एक अच्छे वातावरण में उनका काम का शुरुआत हुआ है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कोल सेक्रेटरी विक्रम देव दत्त जी और हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी विस्मित तेज जी, अनदर एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी रुपेंद्र बार जी, हमारे कोल इंडिया के चेयरमैन PM प्रसाद जी और सभी कोल सेक्टर की गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का PSUs के CMDs और अनदर ऑल दी PSUs के ऑफिसर्स, सभी MDOs के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स और हमारे अन्य मिनिस्ट्रीज के ऑफिसर्स, रेलवे, फॉरेस्ट एंड एनवायरनमेंट एंड पावर सेक्टर के सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम मीडिया and other delegates, those who are in the conference, सबको मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ। MDO सिस्टम आने के बाद एक इंटरेक्शन सेशन का मेरे ख्याल से पहला होगा, मगर अभी क्योंकि जो फील्ड में आप लोग काम करते हैं, मिनिस्ट्रीज ने टारगेट फिक्स करते हैं, टारगेट अचीव करने का काम आप लोग करते हैं, MDS हो, PSUs भी हो। प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश पर हम टारगेट फिक्स करते हैं और टारगेट को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, अचीवमेंट करना आप लोग बहुत फील्ड में मेहनत करते हैं। इसलिए आप लोगों से डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ बार बार होना चाहिए, ये पहला प्रयास है। नेक्स्ट टाइम और इन डिटेल के साथ मैं चाहता हूँ सारा दिन हो, अगर 2 दिन का भी हो, ज़रूरत पड़े तो ज़रूर आपके साथ एक एक मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ और इंटरेक्शन करेंगे। अगर ज़रूरत पड़े, जैसा अभी सुझाव मिला है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को भी इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट करना चाहिए। जब तक वो स्टेट में बैठे हुए ऑफिसर हो, मंत्री भी हो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का, जो तकलीफ आप उठाते हैं, जो समस्या कदम कदम पर हम फेस करते हैं, वो समस्या सबको मालूम होना चाहिए। दिल्ली में बैठे ऑफिसर हो, मंत्री हो, स्टेट में बैठे ऑफिसर हो, मंत्री हो, जब तक नहीं सुनते हैं ये समस्या हल करने का आगे नहीं बढ़ता है। क्योंकि आज हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कोल सेक्टर का, क्योंकि आने वाले दिन में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो आने वाले दिन में पावर डिमांड होने वाला है, जो अलग अलग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर भारत में बढ़ने वाले हैं, डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन बढ़ने वाले हैं, कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ने वाले हैं, जो भी काम करते हैं पावर के बिना कुछ एक कदम भी आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। अगर पावर चाहिए, कोल के बिना पावर नहीं आता है। इसीलिए देश आगे बढ़ना है तो पावर चाहिए, एनर्जी चाहिए, एनर्जी चाहे तो फिर कोल चाहिए। कोल के लिए हम सब मिलकर काम करना है। जिस हाल में जो बैठे हैं और अन्य जो हमारे लाखों कर्मचारी है, उनका मेहनत से, उनका पसीना से जो कोल निकलता है, जो कोयल से जो उजाला निकलता है, मैं चाहता हूँ देश का उजाला हो, जो काम करने वाले सेक्टर का उजाला हो, जो हमारा कर्मचारी का भी ज़िंदगी में उजाला होना चाहिए। हम कदम कदम पर जो मेहनत करते हैं माइंस में, उस कर्मचारी को भी याद रखना चाहिए, उनका परिवारों को भी याद रखना चाहिए, उनका भी वेलफेयर एक्टिविटी देना चाहिए। उनके साथ साथ जो हमारे लिए उनके परिवारों का, परंपराओं का जो लैंड हमें जो छोड़ के जाते हैं, एक आदेश पर, एक पेपर के आदेश पर लैंड छोड़कर, गांव छोड़कर जो निकल जाते हैं, उनको भी कभी नहीं बोलना चाहिए। उनका परिवार का देखभाल भी अपना जिम्मेदारी बनता है, सरकार का जिम्मेदारी बनता है, कोल परिवार का जिम्मेदारी बनता है, कोल माइनिंग का परिवारों का जिम्मेदारी बनता है। वी आर ऑल कोल माइनिंग परिवार होते हैं। इसलिए हम उनका भी, जिस देश में उजाला के लिए, पावर के लिए हम काम करते हैं, किसी व्यक्ति का जिंदगी में अंधेरा नहीं आना चाहिए, ये भी हम याद रखना चाहिए। मैं बताते रहता हूँ हमारे मिनिस्ट्रीज को, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री में ऑफिसर्स है, नहीं तो आप भी अलग अलग सेक्टर में काम करते हैं।
एक सेक्टर से दूसरा सेक्टर ट्रांसफर करते हैं आपको, कितना दुखी होते हैं। मेरे पास अलग अलग रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। मैं ये कि नागपुर से हैदराबाद चाहते हैं कुछ लोग नागपुर से गांव को चाहते हैं, गांव से नागपुर चाहते हैं। मगर याद रखिए, एक व्यक्ति का, एक परिवार का गांव छोड़कर परमानेंट छोड़ के जाना, लैंड छोड़कर परमानेंट चले जाना, कितना जिंदगी में तकलीफ होता है। उनका स्थान में बैठकर अपन सोचना चाहिए। इसलिए ह्यूमैनिटी के साथ हम काम करना, दो तरह ह्यूमैनिटी होना चाहिए। एक जो गांव में रहने वाले लैंडलॉर्ड का दृष्टिकोण से ह्यूमैनिटी से काम करना। नंबर 2, जो कर्मचारी है, कोल माइंस में अंडरग्राउंड में जाके काम करते हैं, उनका जिंदगी से ह्यूमैनिटी रहना चाहिए। ये दो विषय हम आगे बढ़ते हुए काम करना चाहिए। दूसरा, कोल इंडिया का स्थापना होकर 50 साल होने वाला है। अगले साल कोल इंडिया का 50 साल का कार्यक्रम हम, क्योंकि भले मिनिस्ट्री हो कोल मिनिस्ट्री, मगर हमारा कोल इंडिया हमारे लिए सबका कोऑर्डिनेशन का एक बड़ा परिवार है। इसीलिए कोल इंडिया का जो 50 साल का कार्यक्रम होगा, उनका एक अच्छे 1 साल का कार्यक्रम, जितने रिफॉर्म्स होना चाहिए, जिसको सम्मान करना चाहिए, जिसको याद करना चाहिए, जैसे कोल सेक्टर का जो प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाना चाहिए, जो रिफॉर्म्स होना चाहिए, एक 1 साल डेडिकेट करते हुए कोल इंडिया का 50 साल का जो उनका आए हुए इस साल के लिए हम पूरे काम करते हुए आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। दूसरा, प्रोडक्शन अभी कंपेरेटिवली लास्ट ईयर, इस साल भी लगातार हमारा अपना आप लोगों का श्रम के कारण, परिश्रम के कारण कोल का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहे हैं। अभी बीच में लंच समय पत्रकार पूछ रहे थे मेरे, क्यों इंपोर्ट बढ़ रहे हैं। हम प्रयास करना चाहिए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन भी है, जितना हो सकता है उतना इंपोर्ट कम करना और डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाना, ये भी हम सब मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। इसलिए डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन कैसा बढ़ना चाहिए, उसमें कुकिंग कोल का क्या होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा कुकिंग कोल ही इंपोर्ट होता है, ये भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। इसके लिए भी हम सब मिलकर आगे काम करना चाहिए। दूसरा, और एक विषय, मैं एक लैंडलॉर्ड का जो गांव वाले रहने वाले किसानों के बारे में बताया था। तीसरा, काम करने वाले वर्कर्स का बताया था। तीसरा, हमारा सामने एक चैलेंज है, 2 चैलेंज के साथ तीसरा चैलेंज है एनवायरनमेंट। जो हम कोल निकालते हैं, निकालने के बाद उस कोल के आजू बाजू क्या वातावरण है, मैं नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ। आप सब लोगों को फील्ड में रहते हैं, आप लोग काम करते हैं, ये भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। पर्यावरण का भी पूरा देखभाल, जो कोल बेरिंग एरियाज में, जो कोल माइनिंग एरियाज में हम कोल निकालने के बाद जो जिम्मेदारी निभाना चाहिए, ये जिम्मेदारी भी निभाने का काम करना चाहिए। जितने कोल निकालते हैं, इस कोल माइनिंग का क्लोजिंग एक्टिविटी भी इतनी ही जिम्मेदारी से काम करना चाहिए। हम अभी हमारे कोल मिनिस्ट्री के सीनियर ऑफिसर्स के साथ हम बैठे थे, चर्चा भी की है। आने वाले इस 3-4 साल के अंदर जितने भी कोल माइंस है, डीकोल होने वाले जितने भी माइंस है, सबका माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट करना चाहिए। मैं पीएसयू से अनुरोध करता हूं, कल हम पूरे मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ, हमारा जितने भी पीएससीज का सीएमडीज है, उनके साथ सारे दिन हम बैठने वाले हैं। जो भी आज सुझाव दिया है आप लोग, उस सुझाव के साथ भी हम उनके साथ भी चर्चा करेंगे। आने वाले इस 3-4 साल में एक मन भी ऐसा नहीं रहना चाहिए इसका माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी पूरा तरह कंप्लीट ना हो। सभी डीकोल्ड माइनिंग जितने भी है उसका ठीक तरीके से एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली जो माइनिंग क्लोजर कंप्लीट करना चाहिए। इसके लिए भी बड़ा एक्शन प्लान बनाएंगे। मैं सभी लोगों से इसमें पूरा कमिटमेंट के साथ, डेडिकेशन के साथ, डिटर्मिनेशन के साथ इस माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी में सभी लोग योगदान देना चाहिए। हम भारत है, जितने भी दुनिया भर में एनवायरनमेंट के दृष्टिकोण से जितने भी अकॉर्ड साइन कर रहे हैं, हम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री दुनिया में सबसे पहले इस विषय पर आवाज उठा रहे हैं। इसलिए भारत पहले से हम नेचर को पूजा करने वाले देश है। जल, जमीन, जंगल सबको पूजा करते हैं। इसलिए इस माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी में भी दुनिया का एक आइडियल स्थान पर भारत रहना चाहिए। इस दृष्टिकोण से इस आने वाले 2-3 साल के अंदर जितने भी माइन्स हो सबको क्लोजिंग के विषय पर कोई पैसे का कमी नहीं है। विजन का कमी है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का कमी है, मेहनत का कमी है, कमिटमेंट का कमी है। इसीलिए माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी में भी जो भी सब कुछ करना है वो MDO हो, PSC का अधिकारी हो, कर्मचारी हो, सभी लोग हम मिलकर इसमें भी आने वाले दिन में ध्यान देना चाहिए। वैसा ही प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने का भी मैं पहले बता रहा था, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने का काम जो टारगेट है, हर दिन पत्रकार लिखते हैं, एक दिन भी अगर प्रोडक्शन कम हो गया दूसरे दिन पेपर में आते हैं। इतनी निगरानी अपने ऊपर रखते हैं पत्रकार। ठीक है, हम चैलेंज लेंगे, चैलेंज लेकर प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाएंगे, क्योंकि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभी जब रेनी सीजन पे बताते हुए ध्यान देना चाहिए आप लोग, आपका मिनिस्ट्री, प्रधानमंत्री बताए ध्यान देना चाहिए। एक बाद अगर साइक्लोन आया 10-15 दिन अगर प्रोडक्शन कम हो गया, मगर एक दिन भी पावर जनरेशन नहीं रोकना चाहिए, ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश था। इसीलिए हम सब मिलकर डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाना, इंपोर्ट कम करना और आने वाले दिन में जो डिमांड है 2030 तक जो डिमांड है वो डिमांड को आज से ही प्लान करना चाहिए। जितने भी MDO से जितने भी आप लोग माइन्स लिए गए, जो टारगेट है 3 साल हो, 4 साल हो, 5 साल हो प्रोडक्शन करने का, मगर जब तक नहीं रोकना चाहिए। जितने भी फॉर्मालिटीज है, जितने भी परमिशंस है, जितने भी क्लियरेंसेस है, समांतर क्लियरेंसेस प्लान करना और प्रोडक्शन का भी समांतर प्लान करते हुए जितना जल्दी हो सकता है उतना जल्दी प्रोडक्शन माइनिंग शुरू करना चाहिए। इसलिए उसके लिए मिनिस्ट्री से जो भी सहयोग होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल भारत सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में MDOs को पूरा हम सहयोग देंगे। वैसा ही जैसा अभी आज अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्रीज भी है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सरकार बनने के बाद जो अलग अलग जो ईजी ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हो और जो रिफॉर्म्स हो, हर सेक्टर के साथ साथ कोल सेक्टर में भी बड़ा बड़ा रिफॉर्म्स हुआ है। आज ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। इसीलिए आज प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति के द्वारा हर मिनिस्ट्री मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। अगर सिविल एविएशन का एयरपोर्ट किधर बनेगा, उधर पावर किधर से आना चाहिए, उनके रोड कनेक्टिविटी किधर से आना चाहिए, एनवायरनमेंट कभी किधर होना चाहिए। एक एयरपोर्ट के लिए जैसा सोचते हैं, हम भी एक माइनिंग के लिए भी अगर माइनिंग इधर तो भी होना चाहिए, उसके रोड कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, वाटर कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, पावर कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, और रेल कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, जैसा सोचते रहते हैं अभी से सभी अधिकारी जो प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति का योजना है इस विषय पर सोचते हुए काम करना चाहिए। उसमें 2-3 विषय, पावर कनेक्टिविटी हो, रोड कनेक्टिविटी हो, रेल कनेक्टिविटी हो, वाटरवे कनेक्टिविटी हो, इस 3-4 विषय पर ध्यान देते हुए कोल माइनिंग में हम काम बढ़ाना चाहिए। इसके लिए भी हम मिलकर आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। वैसा ही जैसा कोल मिनिस्ट्री में जितने भी ओवरबर्डन निकलता है, माइनिंग के समय पर जितने भी काम करते हैं, उसका एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव साइल टेस्ट लगातार होना चाहिए। कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव साइल टेस्ट करते वक्त सिर्फ कोल के लिए नहीं और माइनिंग कुछ हो सकता है क्या, ये देखना चाहिए। ओवरबर्डन में कुछ माइनिंग क्या है क्या, ये भी देखना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं जेएसआई से अनुरोध करता हूँ, लगातार हर माइनिंग से हर महीना सैंपल्स मंगाना, टेस्ट करना, क्योंकि कोल में हम आगे हैं मगर माइनिंग में बहुत पीछे है। स्पेशली क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में बहुत पीछे है। अभी भी 80 to 90% क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है। एग्जाम्पल कापर, 95% कापर अभी भी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, ओनली 5% डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन है। इसीलिए मिनरल्स में भी आगे बढ़ने के लिए हम काम करना चाहिए। एक मिलके पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री हो, कोल मिनिस्ट्री हो, माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री हो, सब मिलकर इस माइनिंग सेक्टर में भी हर विषय पर हम उसमें साइल टेस्टिंग के द्वारा मिनरल्स क्या है ये भी हम लगातार इस सेक्टर में भी काम करना चाहिए। और दूसरे रिहैबिलिटेशन, जैसा मैं पहले बताया, रिहैबिलिटेशन और MDO से मैं खासकर रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ, लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना चाहिए। अगर लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं दे, हम जिधर से भी MDO का ओनर है उस प्रांतों से लाऊंगा, ये न्याय नहीं है। इसलिए प्रयास करना चाहिए लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्योंकि जो किसान आपको लैंड देते हैं वो किसान का आवाज़ कम रहते हैं, किसान का आवाज़ कम सुनते हैं। इसलिए लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट, भले आप कंपलसरी परमानेंट ना देते हुए होंगे, मगर जो कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल हो, आउटसोर्सिंग हो, उसमें ज़रूर लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट को, लोकल लोगों को देने के लिए ज़रूर प्रयास करना चाहिए। ये भी मेरा आप लोगों से व्यक्तिगत निवेदन है। मैं इसी आज ज़्यादा ना बोलते हुए आप सब लोगों को जो भी जेन्युइन इश्यूज़ आप लोग रेज़ किया है, इसी विषय पर मिनिस्ट्री, कोल इंडिया और हमारे PSUs मिलकर हम लगातार बैठेंगे, क्योंकि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बार बार बोलते हैं जितने भी रिफॉर्म्स होना चाहिए, जो गुड गवर्नेंस का जो भी चेंजेस होना चाहिए, इसके लिए लगातार काम करना चाहिए। बार बार मुझे बोलता है, मैं आपका मिनिस्ट्री में सीनियर ऑफिसर्स कौन है, उनके साथ बैठो, चर्चा करो, उनका सुझाव लो। अगर कोई रिटायर्ड हो गया उन पे घर पे जाओ। हर मिनिस्टर को बताते हैं जो सीनियर इस फील्ड में जो भी काम किया है उनका सुझाव लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि व्यक्तिगत जो सीनियरिटी है, एक्सपीरियंस है, उससे ज़्यादा कोई एक्ट नहीं होता, उससे ज़्यादा कोई आदेश नहीं हो सकता। व्यक्तिगत जो जितने भी एक्सपीरियंस है, उस एक्सपीरियंस के साथ हम सुधारते हुए, सुधार लाते हुए हम अपना काम बढ़ाना चाहिए। सरकार का, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बार बार आदेश मिलता है। इसलिए इसी दृष्टिकोण से भी जो भी आप लोग सुझाव दिया है, इसमें चर्चा कर जो भी भारत सरकार के नियमित रूप से जो भी नियम है, नियम के अंदर जो भी काम करना चाहिए, ज़रूरत पड़े तो नियम को चेंज करने का है तो चेंज भी करेंगे, क्योंकि लगातार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री का जिम्मेदारी संभालने के बाद जितने भी बदलाव आना चाहिए वो बदलाव आया है। आज ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ हर विषय पर काम हो रहे हैं, आने वाले दिन में भी काम करेंगे। अभी सभी लोगों को ज़्यादा 5 स्टार रेट मिला है। मैं चाहता हूँ एक दो कंपनी जो अच्छा काम करते हैं उनको 7 स्टार भी होना चाहिए। कितने दिन 5 स्टार देंगे आप लोग? सभी लोग 5 स्टार में हैं, मगर जो भी अच्छे काम करते हैं और 5 स्टार के अंदर और कंपटीशन होना चाहिए। 5 स्टार के अंदर भी और कंपटीशन होना। इसके लिए नेक्स्ट ईयर से मैं हमारे सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, ज़्यादा देने देना। जैसा अभी 30-40 5 स्टार दिया है, मगर 7 स्टार 2-3 दीजिए, मगर 5 स्टार के अंदर और इंटरनल कंपटीशन और अच्छी अपग्रेडेशन काम करते हुए 7 स्टार का भी नेक्स्ट ईयर से इम्प्लीमेंट करने का, इंट्रोड्यूस करने का सोच होना चाहिए। मैं ये भी डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर बताते हुए, मैं जो भी आज अवार्ड मिला है, स्टार रेटिंग अवार्ड मिला है, सबको मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से सभी अधिकारियों को, सभी ऑफिसरों को, सभी माइनिंग में काम करने वाले सभी अधिकारियों को मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करते हुए मिल के काम करेंगे। एक जैसा मैं बताया, कोल माइनिंग परिवार के जैसे हम मिलकर काम करेंगे और मिनिस्ट्री को अच्छा नाम लाएंगे, सेक्टर को अच्छे नाम लाएंगे। जिधर जिधर माइनिंग है आप लोगों को, उस माइन को अच्छा नाम लाइए। उस माइनिंग के आजू बाजू जितने परिवार रहते हैं, लोग रहते हैं, आम जनता रहते हैं, उनके बीच में भी अच्छे नाम लाएंगे, भारत को भी अच्छे नाम लाएंगे। इस सेक्टर में काम करने वाले सभी लोगों को मैं इस सोच से आगे बढ़ने के लिए मैं हृदय से आप सब लोगों को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and a very inspiring address. Now, I request Shri Birendra Kumar Thakur, sir, Director, Ministry of Coal, to give a vote of thanks.
Good evening and namaskar. As we conclude this insightful and productive stakeholder consultations on MDO and the Star Rating Award ceremony, I got award from the Ministry of Mines, Swachhta Award, launch of Coal Directory. It is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Ministry of Coal. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines for his inspiring address and continued leadership in driving reforms and innovations in India's coal mining sector. Your guidance has been instrumental in steering the sector towards growth, modernization, and thrust on sustainable mining. Sir, we are truly grateful for your unwavering support. माननीय कोयला एवं खान राज्य मंत्री महोदय, आपकी उपस्थिति और विचारशील अंतर्दृष्टि के लिए धन्यवाद। आपका प्रोत्साहन और मार्गदर्शन इस क्षेत्र को नवीन दृष्टिकोण को अपनाने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा, जिससे कि यह सुनिश्चित होगा कि कोयला उद्योग लंबे समय तक प्रतिस्पर्धी बना रहे। We welcome our Secretary Coal and special thanks for his presence in this event. Under your leadership, coal industry will scale up the new heights in coming years, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the special presence here from the Director General of Mine Safety, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Railway, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Coal, our additional secretaries who have been constantly guiding us for conducting this program in a As she directed, we have done it. And Ministry of Mines for the vital contribution in the ensuring that the safety standard and continual support in power, transport, and environmental sectors, respectively, by the different ministries. Your contribution and are critical to collective goals, achieving the collective goals. Special acknowledgement goes to the chairman, CMDs, and directors of the coal companies, participants, and awardees from the Ministry of Mines. Your presence and contributions have added immense value to today's discussion and participation in celebration. We truly appreciate your efforts and your role in enhancing the sector's progress. Particularly regarding Star Rating Award in 2018 and 19, only 8 5-star rated mines were there, and now this year, 43 5-star rated mines have been awarded. Now it should be our goal that all mines should be 5-star rated mine, and as directed by Honorable Minister, next time 7-star rated mine will be definitely introduced along with this 5-star rated mine, sir. I would like to especially acknowledge the presence of the CEOs and industry leaders, MDOs who joined us today. Your continued commitment to innovations, efficiency, and responsible mining is paving the way for a modernized coal industry that is prepared for the future challenges. I'm thankful to the members of the media and its members for your presence and coverage of today's event, your role in the conveying the outcomes of the gathering to the wider publicity. It is vital to ensure the transparency and fostering dialogue around the key issues discussed here. I also thank all the officials directly or indirectly contributed in the success of this function. As we close this today, I hope that this insight gained, the leadership built, and the knowledge shared will translate into the actionable outcome in the days and months ahead. Once again, thank you all for your time, effort, and contributions. I look forward to continuing this journey together. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
We would like to thank each and every one of you for your contributions in the for the execution of this event. Please, ladies and gentlemen, stand up for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे I request you all to join us over dinner as we further celebrate your achievements, contributions, and accomplishments. Thank you, everyone.